Good morning, Melanie Rackley, Office of Charter Schools. And so we have our final second round interview for this month, Triad International Studies Academy. They will be the third applicant from Guilford County that we've had in this cycle. Just a reminder, we have two final second round next month representing Hoke and Vance counties. But Triad International Studies Academy, you have their mission statement here, their snapshot. The review board asked 9 follow-up questions of Triad International relative to their curriculum, their facilities, and so the board, Mr. Chalezu is here to represent and provide responses to those questions. The Office of Charter Schools provided a minimum of 10 days to allow this board to provide those responses. They've all been loaded to eBoard, and so we have a K-6 school at capacity 936 students. And so by year 5, they'll serve K-6, and the 432 students there in year 5 are projected to be pulled from Guilford County. And so there's their transportation plan, their nutrition plan is provided. They have an update regarding their facility that they'll provide today. Currently 13 charters in Guilford, 1 lab school, and 126 traditional schools there. On that next slide, you can see the LEA demographic comparison here. And so at this time, we have 45 minutes allotted for Triad. And so we want to allow the board their 5 minutes opening statement. Okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dear committee members, I'm Dr. Chao Wiju, and I'm the board chair. Thank you for inviting us back. Before I proceed, originally I want to extend apologies on behalf of Dr. Iyama and Dr. Tamara because they, for their absence, but now I want to apologize for every single one of us for our lateness. Both Dr. Iyama and Dr. Tamara have submitted a signed letter explaining their unavoidable absence and reaffirming their unwavering support. I already sent the 2 letters to the office. We're joined today by Dr. Lee, our principal candidate, and Pastor and Dr. Williams, our prospective landlord and dedicated community supporter. He will be joining us today as well, but he's on the road. Allow me to highlight some of the significant progresses we have made since September interview. First, and most importantly, the facility. With Dr. Williams' support, we have secured a prime location at 321 Oakview Road, High Point. The church with the school is in excellent condition, featuring well-equipped classrooms, newly renovated business class kitchen, spacious dining area, fully furnished auditorium, ample indoor and outdoor space, and even some furniture and supplies, which is making it ideal for TISA for our opening in 2025. Also located in a densely populated district with a high percentage of low-income and minority families, the facility aligns perfectly with our mission to serve the low-income and minority families. As comparison, within a 2-mile radius, the 2 closest pre-K to 5 elementary schools, they have a minority enrollment rates of 88.5 and 71.5% respectively, and around 55% of families within a 5-mile radius, they have a household annual income below average. So that's why we think this facility is ideal for TISA. Number 2 is local needs. Our second round, the local needs survey, focusing on the future facility around the church facility, we gathered 312 responses and revealing 269 potential students for K-2 grades in 2025 to 2026 school year. The substantial local demands position us favorably to surpass our goal of enrolling 144 students in the first year, and we are very happy about that. Number 3, transportation plans. There are 2 questions in the response form regarding the transportation plans. And based on our survey, 54.8% of survey respondents resides within a 4-mile radius of the church facility. While being close to our facility is an advantage, will naturally reduce the needs for transportation. We have developed several online and offline transportation plans, just in case to address any requirements from the parents. Number 4, revise the budget. Again, the facility, we are planning to sign a long-term lease with the church, and the excellent condition of facility minimize the renovation cost, and providing us with more flexibility to relocate some resources for teachers' salary and professional development. As outlined in revised budget in the attached forms we submitted. And number 5 is other preparations for the past 3 months. We also made other progresses in preparing for TISA, including we have set up an advisory board, recruitment of a vibrant volunteer team, and recently we got lucky. We even bought 5 second-hand 70-inch Promethean board at a very budget-friendly price. So that's some of the other preparations. To conclude, the entire TISA board and the volunteer team have worked tirelessly since September the 12th to ensure we meet or even exceed the committee's expectations, and we hope for approval in this round. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have the second round interview questions that we submitted to them in advance and the responses, and then obviously we can go back and get clarity on any other aspects of the application that we may want to. So I'll open it up for CSRB members to, what questions or comments do you have?
Mr. Chair, this is Hilda. I would like to know how a student would act like a global citizen, as mentioned in the mission statement. What would be a description of how that student would act like a global citizen?
Yeah, you can go ahead and we'll do it this.
Thank you for your question. We want our students to be develop their skills and also be educated as a global citizen, because we want them to be more cultural awareness and also be more friendly to a diversity. To the diverse society, treat everybody as they should be, and also be open to new things and be open to other cultures that are different from them. So that is the main perspective that we will implement it in our school, is that we want to implement the World Cultural course as a specialist, as a related arts, so that they will have more chance to touch or know about other cultures. It's not just about Chinese culture or Spanish or Hispanic culture, but also cultures that in Europe, cultures in Africa, cultures in Asia, and South Africa as well. So the World Cultural course we are exploring. We do have some ideas in our mind, and reaching out to some of the publishers to seek more support from the publishers about a better curriculum, and we have some ideas about that right now, but we are still in the progress. But we are confident that we can implement that well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's good to know that you will have courses related to certain cultures.
Yes. So the plan is that each grade we will implement a world culture of a certain selected culture that we want to implement, and the main focus will be on Asian and Europe and Africa and South America. That was our plan for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the new facility, the potential for the new facility, how far away is that from where you originally thought you might have the school?
Very close, because as our beginning, when we are starting the facility hunting, we are focusing on High Point and Greensboro areas, or these two cities basically. And actually, High Point is the first choice of us when we are doing the facility hunting, because as we indicated in our preliminary or application, High Point is a city that is growing a lot, because of the furniture industry, and also High Point is focused on global economic a lot recently. So we are so lucky that we did found eventually a facility in High Point. Yeah. So very close, because the facility that we found is literally in the downtown of the High Point and close to the residential area that was northwest. Yeah, northwest.
And does it currently, or has it had in the past, a certificate for educational
Yes,
occupancy?
it had a school before, but then the school closed for years after the church started to expand to its function for serving the low-income families, and then the school exceed. And then now it's still, but the facility is still in good shape, and they're still using the facility for their Sunday schools for now.
How old is it? How old is the facility?
I think it was, how many years?
I think they used it at school until 2000.
15?
I don't remember, but because this is a coincidence, we have a realtor to help us to find facilities. And this church is not on the market. It's not for renting or not for sale. But our realtor know the church. They know the pastor.
How old is the church? How old is
The church was built pretty new. It's in good shape. I can double check right now if you. I think it's they got a recent renovation. It's really, Dr. Williams is not here, but the recent renovation is, I believe, is not 10 or 12 years old.
I think it's 2009, because the platform that I saw, the renovation was 2009, I think.
Have you checked to see if it has a sprinkler system or it can get a educational certificate of occupancy? Have you already done that?
Yes, we did check with our architecture and also the contractor, and it is possible. Yeah. There is no sprinkler system right now, but we already put that in our budget, and we'll add them. And also we will add an elevator because it's a two-story facility, and so we'll add elevator too.
Well, that's other than the elevator was renovated.
Been there, actually.
I'm sorry, say it again, please.
They said they would put in an elevator. I don't believe there's an elevator right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but what else was done during renovation?
We have not. What? Oh, HVAC system, yes.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, Jen.
So during the most recent renovation, they implemented a brand-new HVAC system and completely redid the kitchen downstairs. Yeah, so that is not something that we have to do right now. It's just the sprinkler system and implementing a new elevator. So that's the new renovation, although the building itself was built several years ago. The HVAC system is a new process, as well as the kitchen.
And how many square footage will be used for the 900 students? What is the square footage?
The total square footage is 23,000, I believe. That's and the church is, again, Dr. Williams has another facility in Greensboro, and he's expanding more towards that way. That facility has over 200 acres. So we pretty much can use the whole building for our educational purposes. And also, the 900 students is for the long term. We hope to reach that goal eventually, but that will be the long term. I believe that's a 9-year term. At the first year, we only hope to recruit at least 144 students, and we have enough space for that many students for the first couple of years in that facility.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure I heard correct. You said the facility is 23,000 square feet under roof?
I have an email, but I have no connection to internet. Email from a general contractor. He sent it to me last week with all the details. Like we discussed with them for a couple of weeks already, and what can we do and how much it's gonna cost us. They have a number there. I believe it's either 21,000 to 23,000 square feet. That's the number. But I can send it to you. Okay, here it is. Sorry.
The classroom area was, the total square feet was 20,895 square feet.
You're gonna put 900 students in there?
No, not for 900 students.
hundred and forty-four is their first year.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, but at capacity, you're 930, so this is not the facility?
No, this will not be the permanent. This will be for the first 2 years at least. And then, and from the third year, we'll add modules, and we already nailed down the location for the module classrooms.
Your original application didn't state where you were gonna be. Were you always targeting High Point, or you're targeting High Point now because you found a facility there?
No, the original plan was that we want to be in High Point, and then, but during the facility hunting period before September, we were looking, just in case we cannot find, so we are looking at facilities in both Greensboro and High Point. And then most of the one church that we did bring up in last interview was in High Point. Actually, there are two in High Point, which close to our original place, and then it did not work out. And this one we did work it out.
In your transportation plan says carpool coordination, bus purchase, or private transportation. Can you give us a little more definite plan of how you plan to offer transportation?
So the transportation plan was, first of all, we want to partner with a vendor, and that will provide a school bus. That was the first plan. And then the backup plan was that just in case if it didn't work out, and we will use a carpool plan, and no, the carpool plan will be implemented even if we have school bus, because there will be some parents want to carpool. And so the one that we are contacting was the one that we did use in Charlotte, and that company has some office in High Point too. So the one that we use in Charlotte, and it was like 20,000 for each year, and that falls into our budget, but that goes to 11 stops. So in the High Point one, regarding the facility that we already nailed down right now, we will have more, probably 8 or 7 stops, because the area was very condensed. So we will have less stops, and the cost will also be lower. And that was a good thing that we feel very lucky.
One of the questions, concerns that was raised previously was your ability to attract the students in this model that you're want to provide at your school. What work's been done since you were with us back in September to gauge, solicit even greater interest and awareness about this potential school?
We have done a lot, because that was one of the main issues raised by the committee, whether we are able to attract a targeted number of students. Now, we have done a lot. Number one is we have conducted a survey. This time, we have a clear idea where we're going to locate the new school. So this time, we collected 312 responses, with 269 people say children say they are interested, highly interested to enroll the kids to our school. Number two, it's the area has quite a few elementary schools. They are all rated D level schools, and we found a very interesting data here is. Only half of the students, around 3,000 students, are enrolled in local elementary schools. And that means another 3,000 students, they might go to private schools or go to other schools outside the area. So there's a lot of space that we can check more students. And based on our experience with charter schools, language immersion programs usually do better academically. Compared with the neighboring schools. So with strong academics, we are confident we can attract more students. And also, another thing is I told Sarah and we told parents when we are collecting responses, when we did our surveys, is some of them don't know about charter schools, some of them don't know about immersion programs, but we say, we teach you every subject using a different language. It's like buy one, get one free. So they was like, okay, that sounds good. And it's no tuition. I said, tuition free. And, and they said, what you do? Are you a teacher there? I said, no, I'm a volunteer. They see how committed we are, and I think they have confidence in us.
So in your application, you talked about you project that you're gonna have, and I realize these are projections.
Yes, sir.
Key word. 42% Black or African American, 25% Hispanic, 21% white. Would that breakdown of projected races that would enroll in your school mirror the surveys? Like, are you, the people who took the survey, does it mirror that projection?
No, we did not have that one in the survey because some people, we did some initial survey and people say they don't feel comfortable to answer those questions. We realized it was just a waste of our time. We have limited manpower, so we didn't do that. But we do have a comparison data. It's the Oakview Elementary School, which is, and Shady Brook Elementary School. They are within a 2 miles radius, and they have 88.5%. and 71.5% minority student enrollment, so we are in an area with a lot of minority kids. So yes, we think it will meet our original projection in enrolling a lot of minority students. And that is actually one of our source of confidence, where our confidence comes from, that we are here to serve the community and we can do a better job. And I think that will be attractive to the parents. Thank you.
I think it's going to be super important that you reach out to leaders in that community.
Yes, sir.
From
That's
where
why.
these students will come.
Dr. Williams is here.
Because I'm just looking at your response. I'm seeing that you're on the WeChat for the Chinese community, survey of Filipino communities. I'm not seeing the reach out to the very group of students that
Yes,
you
sir.
say in your application that you're trying to enroll in your school.
We did realize that, if I may. We did realize that because like Chris is the immediate previous board chair for the Chinese Association in Greensboro. So we have a lot of connections with the Asian communities. We realize that we have, comparatively speaking, weaker connections with non-Asian communities. But the church is located in a very convenient location. It's very close to the High Point Central Library, the High Point Children's Museum, and the High Point Museum. So we get a chance, and they have weekly, weekend activities, so we get a chance, we can just go there and talk to people. And a lot of these people are not from the Asian origins, they are from other minority groups. And we, because we got the responses already from the Asian communities on electronically, so we reach out to them on purpose, just talk to them, and so a lot of survey we did in person, they are from the targeted demographic groups. Thank you,
We're
sir.
running up against time. Are there any other questions from CSOB members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Rita Hare. Is it Dr. Shu speaking?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Shu. I could just go question by question or just go ahead and tell you my list of several questions and then you could respond. First of all, thank you for all the statistics and the great data. It was very informative. I'm in High Point a lot, have worked in High Point for years, but currently I'm in Thomasville. But I reside in Davidson County, so I'm in the area. I know that area very well. It is very densely populated. Oakview Elementary, Shady Brook Elementary, a Catholic school. You're surrounded by families and by students there. Lots of resources, as you mentioned. So if you are able to get that, that's a great location. Your interest list is strong, and thank you so much for submitting the details that sometimes we don't get.
Thank you.
You didn't number the entries or number the children, but I did a rough count, and it looks like about 300 are listed on that sheet, and lots of interest in the foreign language. And so I appreciate that. I think that's very supportive of your work. But your response mentioned a possible future move to Greensboro in the 27406 zip code. And so I needed to have you address that. And then I wanted to ask a couple of budget questions, and that will be all. Your facility budgets $160,000 for all 5 years for, I assume, this church. which does look like a great facility, but I wondered how that is going to work. And then your marketing, you're barely spending in year one, but then around year 5, you've more than doubled your marketing. So I didn't understand your strategy there on marketing expenses. And then you have multiple custodial costs. You have a contract for custodial work, then you have a salary for a custodian, and then you have hourly custodial. So I didn't know if there were duplications there, but if you could address those things, that would be helpful.
Thank you so much for your questions. Okay, Dr. Lee will answer some of those.
Thank you for your questions. Please allow me to answer them one by one. First of all, about facility, the plan was that we will use the facility for now, because at the very beginning, the plan was that we will have a very minimum, we will have a facility, like our church facility without classrooms, and then we will have module classroom from year 1. But then now the current facility that on 321, we have around 12 classrooms that saves us money for the module classroom in the first 2 years. And then it also has enough location for us to add module classrooms to accommodate of the first 5 years until to 432 students. No, the first 4 years, less than 500 students. So we will be able to do that. And also we are also working with Mark Lindsay, who is our realtor agency, and he's helping us to find another facility, which we are in the process. We already nailed down 2, which we can build a big facility in the ideal plan is that we can start to build the facility in year 2 and then move into that facility in year 6. So that was a plan. So for the contract of the custodian was that we are planning to contracting with facility vendor and help us with the thorough cleaning for every day, like the bathroom, the hallway, and then we will have one full-time custodian, or let me see whether it's part-time or full-time. It depends on, for this facility, we are thinking about full-time, to work every day on daily basis, like during the school day when we need some custodian to help with something like emergency, and that can help. So that is why you'll see 2 expenditures for the custodian. So,
Dr. Lee?
yes, ma'am.
Dr. Lee, there are actually 3, so I think there may be a duplication that you have a contract for custodial work from $19,000 to $28,000 over the 5 years, but you also have a salary for custodial work of $24,000 to $59,000 over the 5-year budget. That has to be a duplication, right? You're contracting with one custodial, full-time custodial work.
Okay, so I will check.
And you do have hourly, and I understand that. And it's not a big thing, but you can save that money and
Yeah,
eliminate that out of your budget and reallocate that. So I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing that up. We'll check that later with Ms. Ching.
Right,
And then,
right.
and then that helps us to save money. Thank you so much.
What about your marketing?
I'm sorry, do you mind to say your question again about marketing?
You have $5,000 allocated in year 1, when I think it would be really essential to market strong. And by year 5, you have allocated $12,000 as if you'd be marketing at a greater rate in 5 years. Or things cost more. I don't really know what your budget's about, but I wanted you to explain that.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, the thing was that in the first year we allocated $5,000 because we are mainly focused on the billboard, because to start with the billboard will cost a lot of money, and when we spend, we want more money in marketing to help us with enrollment, and also we will use that money so that our teachers and students can participate some of the activities in local communities, like doing the dance show or chorus show or something like that. That is part of the money we're using in that perspective as well, because in our experience, that way will help the school to build up our reputation and also motivate the students and parents a lot. And that way will increase our enrollment. So that is why we want to increase the money in that way. Each year when we have more students, we will put more money in there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
also,
we
we
are-
ran this we ran this number by the treasurer, and we would have more budget for marketing as we got more students. And also, I got information for the renovation. I also confirmed with Dr. Williams. The facility was renovated in 2014, so it's less than 10 years old.
Again,
I do understand that about the budget because year one is pretty skinny. At the end, you're very lean. So I get that.
any other questions from board members? Okay, hearing none, you have 5 minutes for a closing statement.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you again. My name is Sarah Monroe, and I currently serve as secretary for TISA. Before I begin, I just wanted to express our gratitude for bringing us back and allowing us to expand upon what we came in September to talk about. It has been an honor and a privilege to be able to work alongside these board members. Most of our team members have backgrounds in NGOs and education and have possessed years of experience with language immersion charter schools, whether as board members, volunteers, or administrators. The fact remains that most language immersion charter schools outperform their neighboring public schools, and we have every reason to believe that TISA will excel in the following reasons. For one, over the years, the TISA founding board members have engaged and supported and observed numerous other immersion charter schools. Although TISA is not affiliated with any other of these schools, they provide our team with valuable opportunities to test our models and learn from the successes and failures of peer schools. As demonstrated today in our application materials, TISA will occupy a niche market with little local competition. The Triad area is one of the most densely populated metropolitan areas in North Carolina with very few language programs. Based on the outstanding performance of limited language programs in Guilford County, we're enthusiastic about the response of our local needs survey, and we believe that we can thrive in the Triad area. We will host a multiple language options under the same roof. Again, informed by our local needs surveys, we believe this model will prove to be effective. We've also chosen the location that has a pressing need for strong academic schools. All the surrounding pre-K through 5 schools, as we mentioned, were rated D and less than half of the 6,591 children in the area aged 5 through 9 within a 5-mile radius are enrolled in local public elementary schools, so the need is there. Our commitment to strong academics is likely to attract more local students to our program, especially those students that are not enrolled. Again, through our surveys and going to all the different local areas, we've also noticed that there is a community need. So we've selected our location in a densely populated, but most families have below average household incomes, and a majority of the students enrolled in nearby public elementary schools come from minority families. So again, proving that need and proving the original demographic that we wanted to work with. TISA wants to fulfill its mission and vision by providing these families and their children with more educational choices. In conclusion, the TISA team is fully confident in our new school, and we firmly believe that we can establish a successful charter school in the Triad area. We sincerely hope that the committee will approve our application, and we pledge to not fail your trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is our time for deliberation amongst ourselves, or getting any questions clarified, answers clarified, thoughts from board members.
Can I ask a question? Like, so you know this area well, but we approved the charter school yesterday.
I was gonna ask Melanie or Ashley if they could tell us the distance between the new school
Right,
that was approved yesterday and this one. Okay. Because how close are you guys to High Point University? Like where is your projected school, and just to give me kind of
Let me
a.
check. I want to give you the right answer. Yeah.
What was that, Liberty Charter?
Yeah, Liberty Charter yesterday.
Well, there are, and they're building, right?
Yes,
They're
we don't have
partnering
an
with-
address for them yet, do we?
Yeah.
yeah, it was either southeast or southwest.
It's
So-
southwest.
Then, like near High Point.
Yeah, so, well, Southwest is actually outside of High Point, more on the Randolph County line.
Okay, then
I don't know that you guys.
not close.
Yeah.
That's why I was curious as to whether or not you guys were, if you're near High Point University, you're more in the downtown.
Yeah, we are close to High Point University, I just want to find out how close.
Okay. You're northwest of that, okay, so then it's completely other side of High Point then.
And completely different
Yeah, we are 2 miles away
educational
from
models.
Okay,
But we also have movement. We also have movement.
I think Movement Greensboro is probably would be northeast of where they are. So they should be, yeah. And again, I'll say, I mean, and just, you've all heard me say before, the schools in High Point could use all the help that they could get, literally, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just saying the students there could use all the help they can get. And from my perspective, just listening to you guys, I will say that I appreciate the level of detail that you answer questions with. It's obvious that you guys are rooted in the school with regard to what your plans are. The smallest question that we ask to the biggest question, you all have detailed responses, and I appreciate that.
Other comments? I guess, and it came out of my line of questioning, I think they're gonna have to be very purposeful in recruiting the diversity of the students that they're looking to recruit. I'm not so sure, I'm not convinced that the initial surveying represents the breadth of that student makeup, and so that would be something that we're really going to need to work on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Did Dr. Shu also start East Voyager in Charlotte? Did he found that school? East Voyager Academy in Charlotte, which is Mandarin immersion?
Yes, ma'am. I was on the founding board member for East Voyager Academy, but again, I'm not related to it. I retired right after school was up and running. I was also heavily involved with East Point Academy in Columbia, South Carolina, and East Point Academy in South Carolina has over 800 students. Again, like the reason why I'm trying to do TISA is because I have some ideas. I have some better models. I think we can do better. And look at around, High Point is Greensboro area, Tri-Area area is the niche market for language immersion program. Like I came here, I said the first time, I said I came back with a stronger model, with more confidence, more experience, but I'm not related to East Voyager Academy. I have the reason why I decided to retire is because there's something I think they can improve, but they haven't done it. So that's why. Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
I was on the board. That gave me only
Yes, sir.
the board experience, nothing else.
Okay. Does anyone do you have concerns about it? What it sounds like to me is that they would establish this school, it would be here for 5 years, but they're putting it out front right now that it could possibly pick up and move to Greensboro. Is that the understanding, and is that a concern?
This is for us to deliberate, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I thought, the way I understood it was that they switched gears and are looking to build in High Point. Did I misunderstand that?
The response is, it's a written response that mentions 27406 and a possible future in Greensboro. Now, that could be a second location, it didn't say.
Can you clarify that? Is the long-term plan to be in High Point?
Where's the 27?
So we are a group of people who really want to put more efforts in education. So for this facility, we want to keep it and we want to use it forever, if possible. So which is why we want to sign a long-term contract, because we understand if we move in and the students are bound with us and we do not want to move out. But we will keep our door open for the future. If possible, we can have another facility in Greensboro or in Winston-Salem, because Winston-Salem, they do not have this kind of school as well. So we will not say we will not to do anything, especially when now we have Dr. Williams, who already have facility in Greensboro. We might think about that for the future. But for this facility, we want to keep it, and we want to help the local schools, because we did see the very strong local needs in the High Point area, in that area. And currently, we have members working in that area, and we see the needs from the first hand, and we want to serve this local community.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the question again for my own clarity. This facility is where you do not envision using this facility temporarily and then moving the school elsewhere. You intend to keep the school at this facility?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Yeah, because both zip codes that are listed here are High Point zip codes. 27265 and 27260 are both High Point zip codes.
Right, but the other one is 27406.
That's in Greensboro.
Okay.
Which is Greensboro.
Right.
Other comments?
I'm concerned about the transportation plan. When I see the word carpool, that's just, that's an immediate deficit right there. So I would hope that if this application is approved during the RTO process, you work really hard on a bus transportation program.
particularly given the students that they see.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Other thoughts or questions? Is any board member prepared to make a motion?
I would be glad to make a motion, Mr. Chair. I move that we move Triad International Studies Academy for Guilford County forward for ready-to-open process.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to move to RTO in a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Ashley, can you do roll call, please?
Yes. Eric Manches?
Aye.
Bruce Friend?
Aye.
Rita Hare?
Aye.
Stephen Gay? Hilda Parlay?
Approves.
Alex Quigley?
Approve.
Todd Godby?
Aye.
Dave Machado?
Aye.
Shelley Shope? Bart Danielson?
Aye.
John Eldridge?
Aye.
All right.
Congratulations, y'all.
So you'll be in touch with the Office of Charter Schools, will be in touch with you in terms of next steps with RTO. You've heard some of the things that we thought really strong about your application, and some areas that we thought maybe by the time you're back before us, before you're actually opening up in 2025, that you can address and make sure our hands
And
are
we already
graduation.
hit our nose here.
Thank you. All right, we're somehow we're still on track here, so let's take a quick 5-minute break. Come back at 10:05. We'll be back on schedule and start the renewals. do have two other second round interviews to conduct that we'll do in January. Yeah, Mike and Sledge Academy, or Sledge.
All right. Good morning, Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. I am going to continue with our renewal presentation. The first school that we have is still with the 7-year group. They just didn't go yesterday. So this school has been placed at a 7-year renewal. It's Hopgood Charter School. They're a K-12 school in Halifax County. This is their first renewal. They opened in 2019. They have been comparable for the 2 years that we have data. They've pretty significantly outperformed the district. They did not meet growth in 21-22, but did meet growth this past year. OCS is not currently aware of any current compliance or financial issues, but again, you will get that financial report from school business in January. As far as their additional data, their school performance grades, they've been performing at a C consistently the last 2 years. And then you can see their enrollment has increased as well over the last 3 years. So at this time, I will invite Ms. Juliana Harris to give you their school presentation and answer any questions.
Good morning, everyone. It is a fun and yet a little bit still nerve-wracking experience to be here before you again today. We were sitting in the back seat, and I was like, oh, heart goes out. It's a tough spot to be. But we are super excited to be here to share, as Dave Machado said, the story of the little engine that just keeps right on trucking. And so one of the things that I think is really important for you all to know is our celebrations. This is our 5th year of operation. We began as a K-8 school and were allowed to add a grade each year. This will be our first year of graduating seniors, and we are thrilled to watch these 17 students spread their wings and fly right on out of Hopgood out into the world. They've got some amazing things ahead of them. Our seniors at this point have been accepted to schools all over North Carolina: Campbell, Wingate, Barton, Mount Olive, Elizabeth City State, East Carolina, Winston-Salem State, some in Tennessee. We're waiting on a couple of acceptances from one of our students in Chicago. And so we are just really, really, really proud of their hard work and just watching how the school has developed and been able to support them. Another celebration for us is that, yes, we met growth this year, but we were 1/10 of a point from exceeding growth this year. And that was huge for us. We really, took our first year of data, then took our second year of data, and really just, put the nose to the grindstone to make sure that we were focusing on the right things, helping teachers who had not previously had experience with end of grade and end of course testing, and push hard to make sure that our students were excelling at the maximum that we could get them to at the time. We did exceed growth in math overall for the 22-23 school year. We exceeded growth in math with our economically disadvantaged students for 22-23. We met expected growth in math and reading with our students with disabilities in 22-23. And both of those cohorts of students we have had strong success with in each testing period that we've had. As was stated earlier, our enrollment growth, we started our first year opening with 224 students, and this year we are at 519 students. Another huge success for us is that our student population has grown and the demand continues to rise to the point that we are in the process of building a new middle and high school building. The foundation has been poured. We have steel going up starting this week, and so we are just super excited to move our students out of modulars and some older pre-existing buildings and getting them into a facility that is going to be exciting, and it's an exciting thing for the community. The community of Hopgood has had very little growth over the last period of years, and so this is a huge economic and educational advancement for the area. You know, we are one of those caught in that unfortunate placement of schools that our first year of operation, there were no test scores because testing did not take place. Then the second year couldn't technically be counted, you know, and was a hold harmless year. But as you can see from our NC report card data, especially as compared to Halifax County where we are located, our school has performed well. We are comparable with the state scores during the 2021 school year, and you know, for that, you know, for that time during COVID, our mission was to have students in the building as much as possible. And so every time we were allowed to open, we opened. If we were allowed to bring children on board, however we could make it happen, we made it happen. And I think the test results showed that. And again, you can see in this next slide, particularly, you know, if you look at just like our Math 1 performance, you know, our students did well. And we continue to move in that same trajectory. You know, we have teachers who are dedicated, teachers who are knowledgeable, who continue, even though they may be more advanced in their careers, they are thirsty to become better at their profession and at their craft. And we just pour that onto our students, and our students respond very positively. And so, you know, our last little bit here is that, you know, here are the renewal guidelines. And except for having that 2021 school year data not count, we've met the criteria for a 10-year renewal. And we hope that you all will be able to take the 2021 data and use that and allow us to move from a 7-year renewal to a 10-year renewal. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Comments from, questions from board members?
Ms. Cook, the reason that they don't fall under a 10 years is because they only have 2 years of data?
Correct.
Good to know.
We had the same situation with a couple schools yesterday as well.
That's not exactly a hold harmless for that year.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their data is, like they've stated, is at or above the state in the categories that they've shared here, and is well above Halifax County, so job well done on that, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm excited about getting you guys are gonna be able to move kids into a brand new building. I know that's gonna be a good time.
We are super excited about that. And, you know, it's been really fun because we are a K-12 site, you know, having the little ones, you know, be part of watching, you know, the area that we're building upon. I mean, we had a house that was taken down, and then we're watching this whole erection process. And as a matter of fact, we took them over a couple of weeks ago. And one of the things that I wanted them to understand is this building is here for you. Like, this is becoming a reality because of you. And I charged them to take a moment to write their hopes and dreams, or draw their hopes and dreams for the future. And so we have an entire foundation filled with words and pictures from our students who will inhabit this building with all of their dreams for the future. It's pretty powerful.
I'd like to make a comment, and I apologize for reminiscing when I used to be at OCS, but this applicant, this school applied 3 times, and every time they came back, listened to what CSAP said, and just kept improving. And then when they did open, you face a lot of difficulty, and we went for an expansion, had some difficulty, put some stiffs on you. You guys are definitely, I just want to say, I'm just so proud of how good, I feel like I'm part of your school for some crazy reason, but you guys are just, this is a homegrown school that has a need in an area that is respectfully almost in the middle of nowhere. I said it very
Absolutely.
respectfully, Joe.
We wouldn't disagree.
What you've been able to do is just amazing, and I just congratulate you for the great job.
Thank you.
I don't want to sound facetious or anything, but I would love, when you guys do a ribbon cutting for your new school, I'd love to, I like that kind of stuff, so if you
Absolutely, we
shoot
would
an
love to have
invitation,
you.
I'd love to come down and see that.
We would absolutely love to have
That's
you.
the fun stuff about
Yeah.
school, so.
So thank you for coming today. We're not making a decision
Sure.
today on renewals.
Yes.
I just want to also thank you for having your board members here as well. I know that not
Absolutely.
everyone spoke, but that's a sign of unity, and
Means a lot.
it means a lot to us on this end to know that your board members take time out of their busy days to be here in person.
Absolutely.
Makes a difference.
Our board is like none other. They are tireless workers for our cause.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
Y'all
extend my
great day.
kudos as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next school, we only have one school in the 5-year placement, but nevertheless, the school has been placed at a 5-year. So 5 years have no evidence of compliance issues in the past year that would show a pattern. Financially sound audits the last 2 years. The school is not currently on financial noncompliance disciplinary status, and the academic outcomes are comparable 1 out of the last 3 years, or met or exceeded growth 1 out of the last 3 years, and then also not currently designated as continually low performing. And so we have Movement School Eastland with us today. Movement School Eastland is a K-5 school in Mecklenburg County. This is their first renewal. Their data is in a unique spot for a couple of factors. So this is their first renewal. They opened in 2020, but they were set to open in 2019 and delayed a year. And then in the 21-22 school year, they only were K2, so there were no testable students. So this past year is the only year that we have data because they have that 3rd grade class to be able to test. So they were comparable to CMS, and they also met growth. OCS is not aware of any current compliance or financial issues. And then for the data that we do have, last year they performed at a C. And then you can also see their increasing enrollment and then their subgroup performance for the 23 school year. And then Ms. Chelsea Hobbing is here from Movement along with her board chair, so I will invite her up now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chelsea Hobbing, the proud principal of Movement School Eastland.
Hey, I'm Tim Hurley. I'm the board chair for Movement School. It's good to see you all again. And we're joined by Jamie Sumter, the director of North Carolina Compliance and Growth.
Good morning, everyone. As Tim mentioned, I'm Jamie Sumter. I am the director of Compliance and Scaling, and I have the pleasure of working beside Movement Eastland as they continue to grow and flourish in the east side of Charlotte. I'm going to take a minute just to talk to you about who we are, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hobbing here so she can talk more about her wonderful school. So this year, Movement Eastland is a K-4 school. We proudly serve right around 500 students. 90% of those students do qualify for free and reduced lunch, which we serve under community eligibility. Of those students, 96% of those students are students of color, 57% Black, 22% Hispanic. We believe strongly that our students should be served by teachers that look like them, and so we seek to find staff that represents our students. So this year we have 79% of teachers of color, 50% of our leadership team at Movement Eastland are leaders of color, and 21% of our teachers are Black males. We're really proud of that figure because we know that's well over the national average. But we also know that we have more work to do in that area, as we'd like to see more males in education, especially in elementary education. One other thing that we are extremely proud of is that of the staff who were asked to return, 100% of them did return to Movement Eastland this year. Ms. Hobbing is going to speak a little more to that later in the presentation.
Good morning, everybody. As stated, I'm Chelsea Hobbing. I'm the proud principal. I see a couple familiar faces. I hope y'all are well. We're going to dive into more of the academic data for the K-2 realm. So as you can see, we have our end-of-year STEP data here. We are very, very proud of the work we have done. Teachers have shown a lot of grit through intentional development, through PD, intellectual preparation meetings, which are daily about 45-minute PDs for our teachers. And as you can see, we got really strong gains out of our guided reading block, where guided reading happens, phonics, and then independent reading. Last year, we used last year's data because we're currently in the middle of getting our STEP cycle data right now. But at the end of last year, kindergarten landed at 65%, which was 44% year-over-year growth. So 2 years ago, kindergarten was at 21%. So you can see the significant amount of growth that we've had in the STEP realm with our K-2 reading data. And then in first grade, they were at 70%. And they grew 43% year over year, and second grade landed at 64% and grew 10% year over year. And as we know, it is so important for kindergarten through second grade to have a strong foundation so our tested grades can thrive. So we believe in prioritizing that and really investing in that to make a difference for our scholars. And then our NWA is actually from our first cycle this year because we do have that current data. And similarly, we did land at 45% our first cycle, but we had 22% year over year growth. First grade similarly up 24%, and second grade similarly up 16%. I attest this again to creating content experts, the grit of our team, and making sure that they are getting real-time coached by our incredible leaders, and also strong curriculum selection that makes sure scholars are becoming critical thinkers and not procedural thinkers. And then if you go down below, this is the impact of our third grade. As she said, we just had our first tested year at Movement Eastland. We are really excited for where we landed, but we know we still want to go further, of course. We landed at a C our first year. As you can see, we outscored our peer schools in CMS significantly. And then if you look at the right, that also speaks to the Black students also were achieving higher than the CMS schools in our schools. So they were doing much better with us, and we are setting out to do our mission to make sure we're putting ourselves in communities that we can make sure we're making an educational difference, and education becomes a tool to empower.
At Movement Eastland, we know equally important is our family experience. And so we gather our families' thoughts and responses 4 times a year. We use a tool called POSSUP. We do it in conjunction with our parent-teacher conferences. So when families come into conference, we ask them to fill out our survey. This lets us know things that we need to keep doing, we're doing well, and then areas for growth. After our first round in October, 88% of our families would say that Movement Eastland is an A or B school. So that lets us know that overall our families are healthy. Some of the things they said, please keep doing. They appreciated the overall school communication this year. They also just feel like Movement Eastland is a true family, and they appreciate that, and they're very happy with the choice to send their children to Eastland. Areas for growth, feedback that we received is they wanted more day-to-day how their students were doing rather just, report card time. And so the leadership team has responded immediately. We've put together a Monday folder so students get their grades sent home more consistently so parents can get a pulse on that, as well as making sure all our parents do have access to our online grading platforms, making sure their logins and everything works so they're able to log in and monitor those as well. So we really use this as a tool to be as responsive to our families as possible, knowing that happy families are more apt to return their students year over year, which also attributes to our growth not only in student enrollment but in student achievement numbers.
And then equally as important is we also actually send out surveys to our team because, as you know, without a healthy organization, nothing else can thrive. So as you can see, most of our staff members landed in the green with our organizational health. And this encompasses different things like I know what's expected of me. My opinion counts. I have opportunities to grow. I feel invested in. The mission makes me feel important. And so there's a lot of areas where our teachers are like, this is where I want to work. And if you see, we can bring to teacher voice that it's family oriented. The school works like a family. We look out for each other. We push each other to be better. Everyone understands the common end goal, which is to be the best school we can be. My school team supports my growth as an educator and my personal adventures. They believe in me. Also, I love the adult culture. Even though it gets tough, I think we all can relate to that. The culture is amazing, which makes me want to keep going to Eastland. And then last but not least, the most motivating thing about my school is the amount of coaching that is really given to me to show how much movement values my worth. So we believe if you invest in teachers, teachers will invest back in students. So we definitely, as a leadership team, make that a priority, which is why we've also had 100% teacher retention rate this year included. So everyone that was asked back last year came back this year. There were a couple people we did not ask back intentionally because we have a very high bar and we want to make sure that people are serving our kids to the highest capacity possible. And then this year, as I said, we have had 100% teacher retention rate, which is an anomaly in most schools right now. So we are really excited for the culture we have created at Movement Eastland, that people want to come to work and they want to serve our children because they deserve it. And then last but not least, this kind of encompasses everything that we talked about and what makes us special, our Maverick moves. As you can see, we have different pictures up here. We had an African drum circle, we've had a mariachi band, family dance, curriculum night, strong instruction. We have community circles, award ceremonies, and we believe in strong parent engagement through a strong co-teacher model. There's 2 teachers in every single room. We believe in strong social emotional learning, financial education, community circles. Our student experience is so strong, as you can see through those pictures. And then last but not least, honoring family and staff through their voice. So this is what makes Movement Eastland special, and I sure hope you choose to renew for the next forever. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
Is that one of our categories, forever?
Add it.
We need that.
What is your reading program right now in K2?
The curriculum that we're using, lifelong readers,
And you've seen
and reading mastery for phonics direct instruction. Yes, great outcomes, and especially because we use the STEP test as well. It's strictly aligned to the STEP test, which really helps. And we've seen a lot of reading gains through that intentional curriculum. The beautiful thing is it's all written for teachers. They just have to internalize and now execute. So we can focus on the execution versus the scripting of a lesson, which makes a world of difference.
What's your what is your 3rd grade BOG scores?
At the beginning of this year or last year? Either one. Well, last year we were sitting at 9% in the beginning of the year, and we got to 45% by the end of the year. It's actually very similar this year.
Yeah, that's great growth.
Thank you.
We use the same program. Would like to see higher BOG scores coming into 3rd grade, but.
And this is our first year with LLR too. So I'm hoping, like last year they were scripting, so I'm hoping too to see, like similar to you, in the next year see that gap close.
Yeah, I mean, it is an end of grade assessment essentially in terms of the content, but yeah, I mean, that type of growth is huge.
Thank you.
You know, in terms of that 3rd grade.
Thank you.
3rd grade group. What's your retention in what's your overall retention?
My what?
Overall, attrition rate?
For a teacher or scholars?
Yeah, scholars.
For scholars, I don't have the exact data point. Do you have our attrition data point? Thank you.
Movement Eastland was right around 80% if you look at last year, if you look at who came on day 1 and who finished and returned this school year.
Thank you, Jamie.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look at that K to 5. What is your, and maybe Tim could speak to this, with the growth of movement, what are your what's your approach to talent recruitment? Because that seems to be, that's the ultimate key.
I would say we have something uniform across the network. So we use a tool first off called Lever, which is extremely helpful. And then we actually hire people to do recruiting. Teachers within the building, our highest functioning teachers who know what to look for because they are that. And so then we give them a rundown of how to screen for us. Once they have phone screened past the screening, they then send us to leadership for an interview. Our interviews are extremely rigorous. So we ask questions, but we also make them teach a mock lesson and come and interact with scholars in real time. We also have them.
Great. I'm more interested in where are you going to get your candidates from as you scale?
Got you. Do you want to speak to that?
Really they've been coming from all over. I think we benefit being in Charlotte, which is a growing market, one of the fastest growing markets for young professionals in the Southeast. Also, we have started a strong pipeline of turning we call them teachers in residence, into licensed teachers. So I think we're actually getting a lot of candidates that other schools may be missing. And one of the things that we screen for, especially, and Chelsea can speak to this more closely, but it's, do you have a deep belief in our students? Are you extremely coachable? If you hit those two things, we believe we can turn you into a highly successful teacher. And so I think a lot of schools miss the candidates we get because they may be looking for a more typical teaching background. And so I think the diversity of our staff also reflects, we're pulling, I think, from a lot of talent that other schools are missing right now and then developing them into effective teachers. We also, we do a lot of ads on things like Facebook. We pay recruitment bonuses to our teachers. As Chelsea said, our most effective teachers, we have interview. We also have them recruit for us. One of the things we're trying to do is put as much money as we can back into our teachers' pockets through these additional recruiting opportunities so that one, they want to stay because they're making more with us. And two, good teachers, I think, know other good teachers. So it's a challenge for us every single year, but we're succeeding so far, and it definitely helps to be in the Charlotte market.
Did you say the name of the screener that you use?
It's called Lever, and it is a constituent tracking tool. So if you're familiar with Salesforce, it's sort of like the Salesforce, but just for teacher candidates. So it doesn't actually do the screening. It just lets us, every touch point we have with an applicant, track it. And also, if they engage with us, say digitally, it feeds into that system so we can follow up with them effectively.
Other comments or questions?
Tim, not to beat a dead horse, but you guys have been talking about partnerships beyond 5th grade for a while. Has, especially with some of your schools that have been around a bit, is there any traction on that?
Yeah, nothing since the last time that we talked. Sugar Creek, we will be signing I'm not sure what the right word, a reciprocity agreement that our folks could feed into there. Also, within the Charlotte Mecklenburg system, as you get to the middle school level, I believe there actually are good options. I live there. This is the part of town that I live in. And so nothing additional from what we've discussed, but we do feel like there are good options for our kids as they come out of 5th grade.
Is that the pursuit to get more of these type of agreements like you're talking about with Sugar Creek?
Absolutely, yeah. And I'd love to see, as we discussed, high-performing middle schools come in. We have a middle school building that right now I'm trying to find the right partner for that. So for anybody listening, if you have a high-performing middle school anywhere in the nation, we'd love to bring it to Charlotte.
Other questions or comments? All right, hearing none, thank you for coming in today. We'll be reviewing all renewals in next month.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate the forever coming.
All right. So the next school is placed at a 3-year, so primarily based on academics. So for a 3-year, the academic outcomes have not been comparable, but the school has met growth 1 year out of the immediately preceding 3 years. So we have Steel Creek Preparatory Academy. They're a K-8 school in CMS. This is their first renewal. They opened in 2019. They have not been comparable the last 2 years, but they did meet growth in the 21-22 school year. They are currently on the continuously low performing list. Compliance-wise, we did have a letter from from EC about the use of IDA funds. So there was a repayment that was due. I have a note from the school that shows a copy that they have repaid and sent that payment to DPI, although I don't have formal confirmation from DPI yet, but I have seen a copy of the check that was sent. So that repayment has been sent. And then just some other additional factors that we've noticed internally. School business has noted a 23% change drop in enrollment from the FY23 month 1 ADM to the FY24 month 1 ADM. And then also wanted to note for this board, there has been some high leadership turnover. So in my time working with the school, I've worked with 3 different leaders in 3 years. And so the school knows that we have that concern and is prepared to answer questions if you have questions about that. Financially, we are not aware of any current issues. Their school performance grade, in 23, they performed at an F. In 22, they were at a D. And then you can see their grade level proficiency, and then also their enrollment numbers from 21 to 23. And then just to note, that drop was noted for the FY24, which is not a number that I have listed, but I can get that number for you. So at this time, I'll invite Steel Creek up to give you their renewal presentation and then answer any questions.
Good morning, Chair Friend. Claire Porter, Deputy Director, North Carolina. Good afternoon, still morning, to the CSRB and Director Vaquero. We're going to make a few introductions. You'll hear from Principal Kim White, and then we're prepared to answer any and all of your questions regarding leadership turnover, ADM, compliance issues, and then the positive culture turnaround that we're seeing at Steel Creek. So first, Matthew Ridenour, our board chair. I know you're going to make a brief statement in a moment. Kim White, our principal. Cheryl McDonough, who is our National Director of Compliance and School Support. We have several of our board members online too. We have Cindy Decker. We have our new principal, Cindy Carey, and we have Tyler Richardson as well. So without further ado, Mr. Ridenour.
I want to ask, for those online, if you could make sure that you're on mute, so that we don't hear background. Thank you.
Please mute yourself online.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the opportunity to come here today and speak on behalf of our school and the good things, the positive things that are going on at Steel Creek. I know after you hear some of those numbers that were mentioned a moment ago, it's kind of hard to say, like, well, what good things are going on at Steel Creek? If you look at some of the numbers as you see them presented, it doesn't paint the school in the light in which we'd like to be here today. There's no beating around the bush on that or denying that or trying to paint it with too rosy of a picture. But I do want to tell you about some of the good things that are going on at the school and why I have faith in the school and where we are going at Steel Creek Preparatory Academy. So I speak to you today not just as a founding board member and chair of the board of Steel Creek, but I also speak to you as a parent of 2 children at Steel Creek. My daughter Caroline is in 3rd grade. She started at Steel Creek, and my son Hobson, he's in kindergarten there at Steel Creek. If I didn't believe in where the school was going, if I didn't have trust in what we were doing there and where I know the school will be, I wouldn't be sending my children there. I have options. I could send them to other public schools. I could send them to private school. I could homeschool. But I choose to have my children at Steel Creek. We are not where we want to be. We intentionally named the school Steel Creek Preparatory Academy because we want to prepare students for whether it's college or whatever they want to do with their, as far as college and career readiness. That's in our mission statement. We are not functioning at a preparatory school today, but I believe in our past, but I believe today that we are on the path to do so. We have had a number of challenges at Steel Creek, a number of challenges that have affected a lot of schools, right? Of course, the pandemic impacted schools across the country and across the state. I will say that being a Title I school and opening in the 2019 school year and then just a few months later going through COVID was especially difficult and challenging for our school. Additionally, some of the challenges we've faced have been self-inflicted. Communication has not always been good coming from the school to parents. Parents have not felt connected to the school. They haven't felt like they were aware of what was going on in the child's classroom and a connection with the teacher and so forth. Didn't really feel like they were partners in education. Now I can tell you as a parent, I'm getting about 2 emails a day from the school, either from administration or from teachers, filling us in on what the school is doing, upcoming activities, and then progress reports and so forth from teachers and what they're working on in the classroom. So communication has certainly been addressed. Another problem we've had is leadership turnover, and that's been a challenge at the school. But I know that right now where we are is on the right path. We have finally found the leadership that we need to get the school where we want it to be. And I can say that because I can see that as a parent. I'm not just telling you that as a board member trying to sell you on, oh yes, we've got the right principal now and the right leadership at Steel Creek. But I can tell you, based on the activities that we've had in our school this year, I told my wife the other day, I said, this feels like a school should feel like. We have that parental involvement. We have a parent-teacher committee that's doing great things and assisting in the classroom. We've got all kinds of functions and partnerships with Johnson C. Smith University. We did a Carolina Panthers pep rally at the school a couple weeks back where we had Sir Purr come and hang out with the kids and take pictures in the classrooms. It is a school as you would want your kids to go to, and coupling that with academics. And so I do believe if you look at some of the subset testing, you'll see that we are improving and we are delivering that quality curriculum to these children. Things are moving in the right direction. So again, I'm saying that to you as not only the board chair, but also as a parent. And so I would ask that you would be in favor of us continuing this school for another 3 years so we can continue to prove to you and to the students and to their families that Steel Creek is the right choice for their children and families. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very honored to be here to speak with you about the renewal for Steel Creek Preparatory Academy. Steel Creek holds a very special place in my heart, as I was the founding principal in 2019 when we opened the school. And the school has been on a journey, and it's been a journey filled with peaks and valleys. And so I'm here to talk with you today about some of the valleys and talk with you about how we reached our peaks and how we continue to move upward. So we are ready for the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. As Chairman Ridenhour mentioned, preparatory is mentioned right in our very mission. And so when we think about our work in these last 5 years, we have to give a close examination to where we have fallen short on the preparatory side and how we will address that, as well as this whole notion of personalized learning. So what do we have in place to address these ideas of personalized learning while we meet the need of every child, subgroups, and then eventually the entire school? So if you look at this second slide, you see our school performance grade. As was indicated earlier, our current school performance grade for the 23 school year is an F. As also was indicated earlier, we talked about the fact that there was a decrease in enrollment from this time last school year to this school year. But what we will note on this slide is the subgroups that we have and the fact that we are meeting growth for our subgroups. So while overall performance suffers for a number of reasons that we'll discuss momentarily, our subgroups continue to perform, and that speaks to instruction and the solid nature of instruction for our subgroups while we continue to move forward. When we think about comparability, I do want you all to know that we are a higher percentage of Title I school than the schools in from our feeder schools. And so when we think about closing those learning gaps from students who come to us with many opportunities, we've managed to do that for our subgroups. And with the pieces that we put in place this year and that we'll move forward with, we'll end up doing that for the entire school. So reading is an opportunity for us, as you see there, for 21-22 and 21-23. We had modest gains in reading, and then math is our largest opportunity where we lost ground in math. So if we move on to the next slide, if you'll look at our EVOS growth, getting back to the fact that reading, of our tested areas, reading is our strongest, but we also met growth in 12 of the 16 growth indicators for 22-23, as evidenced by the EVOS presentation. All of our grade levels, our tested grade levels, 3 through 8, met their reading growth in the reading EOG. Math and science, as I mentioned, continue to be areas of inconsistent performance, and we're aware of that, and we have a plan in place. Also, when we think about this notion of personalized learning, we've got some of our internal data listed there. Our NWEA as well as iReady are both used in conjunction to track student progress over the course of the year and then provide our tiered response interventions to those students who have growing opportunities. That is how we've been able to maintain reading growth even in the absence of some of our math and science performance. So, yes.
No questions.
I don't, I think
We
once they,
wait till the end?
Yeah, that's what,
Okay.
just John.
because they're almost done, I think,
Yeah,
right?
cool.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, all right. So if we think about our current academic goals, we have large opportunities in our areas. Our school performed at a 36% last school year. So all of our academic goals are tied to helping students meet their growth in every tested area. And if you continue to meet growth, then you eventually reach proficiency for the school overall. And so that's our path, that's one of our goals. Also, our students come to us with social and emotional needs. Our EC population that have social and emotional goals written into their IEPs, about 11% of our EC population has social and emotional goals written into their IEPs. So we have a curriculum that addresses, an evidence-based SEL curriculum that addresses those needs. That's a part of their daily learning. In addition to mitigate any other behaviors, we have a positive behavior support program that includes student and staff recognition as a part of our program. So again, improving overall student proficiency is directly tied to teacher effectiveness. We know that. One of our challenges at Steel Creek has been teacher capacity, not because our teachers aren't loyal to the school or our teachers aren't willing to come and do the work, but we have to clarify for them what the work is. And so we're using the professional development process, weekly PLC meetings, and then an instructional model that includes interventionist and a curriculum resource teacher who all of them, it's 3 of them, all 3 of them do some modeling. They do some teaching alongside and then providing immediate feedback on other evidences such as lesson plans. We also adopted a curriculum that has strong evidence-based lesson plans built into the curriculum because that way we could mitigate teacher capacity at the same time that the effect of teacher capacity, at the same time that we're building the capacity, learners still get what they need because we are focused on instructional delivery using an evidence-based program. So we know that our challenges include student proficiency. We have to deliver academically before we do anything else. We have a challenge with enrollment. We have to increase student enrollment, and that is directly tied not just to academics, but it's tied to the experiences they're receiving at school as well. And then finally, family engagement. Making families feel like they have to be a part of the Steel Creek family. Those are our opportunities. So you ask how we're addressing that. Well, one of them I just mentioned in terms of student proficiency was to implement that evidence-based curriculum, but to take away the know-how that more experienced teachers, when it comes to developing lesson plans, we have taken that off the plates of our current team members while we build their capacity by using a curriculum that includes those lessons embedded in it. We have a standardized protocols, several protocols actually, for communicating with families at the classroom and the school level. We also have the PTC on board this year, where we have parents actively, that's the same thing as a PTO in the traditional setting, where the parents are actively in the school and volunteering. And then finally, school enrollment. We've returned activities back to the school. Last school year, our achievers went to school and our middle schoolers had an experience, or 6-8, they had an experience that was just like K-5. It did not feel like middle school. Right away, we began addressing that. And when you look at our enrollment data, you see the largest dips in enrollment were from the middle school. And we believe it was tied to the experience they had. So this year, athletics have returned to the school, activities have returned to the schools through the way of clubs and after-school engagements and events for families like our Real Deal, Real Delight movie nights have returned to the school. Towards the end of improving the experience, not just academically, but addressing all of the social needs that students may present to us. So much to celebrate. The partnerships that we are working on building. University partnerships. One of our parents, who's the president of the PTC, is employed at Johnson C. Smith University. So he immediately began initiating different partnerships with Johnson C. Smith. We have other colleges and universities that are ripe to help us with our preparatory aspect that Chairman Ridenhour mentioned just a moment ago. And then we have a focus on the arts as well, where you may see just a traditional one performing art through the way of music, and then you may also see a visual arts through a way of an art class. We added this year drama as well. So as you can imagine, middle schoolers love drama. It's one of our more popular electives, and how age appropriate is that? So we are having this focus on adding the arts so that students can find an experience. So even if their strength is not academics, they find a place, they find connectivity at Steel Creek Prep. So you see listed on the slide there for you many other events that we planned this year to improve our connectivity toward the end of improving enrollment. And once we improve enrollment, then what are we offering academically? And then we focused on that. So when we started this discussion, I talked with you about the fact that we had peaks and valleys, and it's been quite the journey. So the question then becomes, what is our path forward? We're going to continue our college preparatory focus. And the way we believe the best way to do that, given our student population, where more than 60% of them would be first-time college attendees or college graduates, we believe our path forward is to include AVID. AVID is an acronym for Advancement via Individual Determination, but it is a system that a school adopts that starts as early as grade K, with embedding those organizational and those study skills that students may not have when they come. But we embed them in the curriculum, and then by the time they get to middle school, there's an AVID elective that includes some college experiences. So we believe implementing this system, beginning with the 24-25 school year, will align with our mission of being a preparatory academy, preparing students for their secondary and post-secondary goals. As I mentioned earlier, we have the arts opportunities. In addition to the arts opportunities, we also want to make sure students have more traditional experiences, like field trips, college school visits at the middle school, and special community events, as well as bringing the community into the school. And finally, those college-university partnerships. We already have the partnership with Johnson C. Smith University, where some of those students come in to tutor for us. They also participate in other things. When we had the Sir Per Panther Pep Rally, we had the Golden Bull from JCSU mascot there, as well as our Tiger mascot. So what we're doing is everything that we do academically, we're embedding an additional experience that is non-academic, to connect students, to connect families, to improve their time. So when Chairman Ridenhour said to me a few weeks ago, this just feels like school, I think that was just one of the highest compliments of my professional career, because that's why we are all here, right? To make school feel like school. And I'm glad that Steel Creek is on that path.
Thank you. Turn it over to Alex, question and comment.
Yeah, science is generally like low-hanging fruit in terms of academics or proficiency. What was the proficiency in science?
For overall or for fifth
grade.
and A?
Well, fifth, maybe break it out.
Let's take a look here. I can't read my notes. Can, Ms. McDonald, can you pull that for me, our fifth grade proficiency?
And I didn't see it broken down, I may have missed it, but like, what were the, I guess, also, are you giving iReady and NWEA?
We do.
Why?
We give NWEA because it tracks more closely to what we can expect to see in terms of proficiency at the end of the school year. And so we give it 3 times a year, but we give iReady because it tracks with the personalized learning that we anticipate should be taking place for each other, for each student. So if you're familiar with iReady, you know that once the student does the initial assessment, then there is a path created for them. That's used for their MTSS support. But then we also use it, teachers use it for small group work during our Tiger Time, which is our embedded coaching, remediation, and acceleration period.
Do you do like an IA or something, like a benchmark, like an interim assessment? in
We do.
addition to that?
We do. And we also are using NC check-ins. What we need, and what we've talked with the team about, is the fact that we should know more closely along the school year how our students are performing. So whatever happens in June when they sit for the EOGs, it should not be a surprise. And so bringing these assessments in addition to being able to tailor their learning for them, helps us with making sure there are no surprises. Even if the data is ugly, and some of this data is ugly, but we do need to have a clear vision of it, because we cannot plan if we don't.
Seems like a lot of testing.
Yeah.
Like iReady and NWA is pretty duplicative.
So we find that iReady doesn't align as closely with our EOG summary reports as NWEA does. And thank you.
Oh, no, you can.
Oh, okay, keep going, okay. And I believe that NWEA is written into our charter application, so we're kind of committed to that. But-
What, so like, are there specific grades? I mean, I can tell by the growth, like, fifth grade, maybe sixth grade. Looks like fifth grade, like, I guess like, sum it up, y'all dropped from the year after COVID.
Mhm.
What was like if you had to like sum it up in like three bullet points, what was that about?
Ineffective leadership, ineffective instruction, and lack of accountability.
Okay, so can you give a few more details about the ineffective instruction?
Yes, so we didn't provide the position of curriculum resource teacher, which would have been a critical, or still is a critical position for the school. Wasn't occupied in a way that teachers receive necessary feedback. So teachers have the opportunity during that school year, 22-23, teachers had the opportunity to, whatever they like to teach, that's what they taught. Did it align to the depth of the standard? Perhaps not. Did it challenge students? Was it the rigor that our mission calls for? Data indicate that it was not. So what we've returned to the school setting this year is this support from a curriculum resource teacher who's walking alongside teachers. We have regional support from the CSUSA regional team, and then we also have national level support with that eye on instruction for our teachers, because our teachers are willing and they're capable, but they're just new teachers.
What did you say the curriculum was?
I didn't say, but we are using Into Reading and Into Math, and we're using Discovery Ed for Science.
So that's HMH?
Yes, HMH. It's an
nice?
acronym we've all become very familiar
Is
with.
that the science of reading?
Yes.
As well, so like your phonics program, your early foundational skills?
Correct.
There's someone
Is
online.
that all the way to K-8?
I have a question.
It is.
I think Steve, somebody had a question
Someone
online.
has the other hands up.
Yes, good morning, Ryan Henderson, Charter School Teacher of the Year. I have a question. You mentioned the drop-off in mathematics. I was wondering what, if any intervention you're doing with the students during the school day, and could you paint a picture of what that looks like?
Absolutely. So we had the drop-off in mathematics when we didn't have a standardized curriculum. So the very first thing we did over the planning time this summer was implement or procure curriculum that is evidence-based, outcome-based, and that's the HMH. And then we provided the professional development to teachers, and that professional development is ongoing because we mentioned that teacher capacity in some instances is a challenge for us. And then in our day, we have something called Tiger Time. It is the acceleration and remediation period. So giving a student's data, we use flexible grouping, and giving a student's performance data, the most recent performance data, whether it's a formative assessment, whether it's iReady or NWA, it depends on the time of year. We flex those students in groups where they either receive a reteaching of those concepts, or because we're a K-8 building, if we need to move a student up a grade, we're able to move a student up a grade into some of the more accelerated content during Tiger Time. That's embedded in our day because we want to make sure we are equitable in our responses to tutoring opportunities. But we also offer tutoring after school if students are able to attend. And that's free of charge to the parent, and it's our higher performing teachers who facilitate the tutoring.
So how do you go about breaking down the data? Is it weekly, bi-weekly?
It's weekly, and they have 2 PLC days each week. One day is about disaggregating the data, and the other day is about building teacher capacity around instructional delivery.
I have a
Thank
question.
you, that's all I have.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Henderson. Congratulations.
I have a question regarding the chart that's up right now.
Okay.
In green, it indicates there, down in the lower right, basically, met growth across all subgroups in both years. How do you meet growth in every subgroup but not meet growth in the aggregate?
Because the proficiency level, so it's the 80-20 formula, where growth is 20% of our proficiency, or of the formula, and then 80% of the student performance. Not enough students performed at a 3 or above, even though they grew, they learned, not enough of them performed at the 3 or above for us to move the school.
But, so is that part of the net growth calculation that I'm looking at on the sheet? There's an 80-20, I thought that was just the 20.
It is just the 20.
So again, I'm looking, so we met it in every subgroup, but when I go to the summary page, can you pull the summary back up?
Let me find it. Here's their more.
Yeah, so when I look at that, where we have the academic GLP comparability to LEA, there's a growth element there, and it says not met, growth not met. Is that because?
The overall growth was not met.
So again, I'm having trouble, I apologize, I have had difficulty getting my head around this meeting growth and not meeting growth metric all along.
Some subgroup had.
Wait, did they meet growth in every?
No.
list? I see not met, under SCPA.
Yeah. And we don't have like white students.
And that's on the math
For
side.
the math growth.
So reading met growth, math did not.
And the ground that we lost in math was significant enough
Yeah.
to impact our outcome.
Okay, all right, so when it says met growth across all subgroups, you mean in reading you met growth,
Across all subgroups.
but not in math?
Correct. Some subgroups in math.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Other questions or comments? I appreciate very thorough presentation. I want to also just thank you for your candor as well in the opening, recognizing that you've got some progress to make, and your honesty and all of that.
May I make a quick statement about leadership turnover, if the review board would entertain it?
Sure.
Thank you. Just quickly, leadership turnover obviously is not something that attracts parents. It doesn't provide consistency to a school. But sometimes leaders are not a great fit for a school, and that was the case for us with 2 leaders ago. when the board chose to remove the leader because it was in the best interest of the school, for the welfare of the school. Our next leader was an exceptional leader. That leader chose for personal reasons to take a job from home to be with an infant. So I only bring this to your attention simply to let you know that it was not because of the school or the students or the families. These were personal choices that these leaders made, and in the case of the one who had to be removed, the board decided to do that for the benefit of the school. The luxury afforded the school by the return of Kim White, who again knows the school, knows the community, allowed us to do a national search and to turn up Miss Cindy Carey, who is on the line. She's our new leader. Specifically brought her in because of her experience. She's got charter experience and she has math turnaround experience as well. So I just thought that the review board should be aware of that. And I also wanted to impress on you the amount of state and national support to our Tier 3 schools, Still Creek being our #1 Tier 3 school. We have weekly, bi-weekly, online, in person, at least 10 folks on the state and national team pushing into the school, directly coaching in the classroom. Dr. Doyle, who's our senior vice president of accountability, is in Still Creek on a bi-monthly basis. Cheryl McDonough, our director of compliance and school support, is supporting. Meredith Ross, our data director, is constantly providing feedback and support. Our CRT, our curriculum resource teacher, our curriculum specialist. Everybody is literally in the classrooms providing support and feedback on a daily basis. We're already seeing growth in terms of our year-over-year enrollment and intent to return metrics. We're seeing growth there. So as Chair Ridenour said, it's feeling like a school. We're definitely not where we want to be, but we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be, as always with all renewals, picking this back up in January, so thank you for your time. Okay, let's take 5 minutes, just stretch.
5-minute break.
And reconvene at 11:15. We have Children's Village Academy. We're gonna hear a report from a couple of different compliance departments. And we'll be breaking in the middle of it for lunch as well. So let's come back at 11:15. Okay,
Back
we're
on-
back live.
Okay.
Jenna, are you doing the introduction or no? Okay. Guys, we're started back.
We're gonna jump right into Children's Village Academy. As a reminder, this school is up for renewal. You heard from the school yesterday, not yesterday, last month. And we have some presentations from federal programs today and school business.
Hey, good morning. I'm Susan Brigman. I'm the section chief for specialty programs in the Office of Federal Programs at DPI. And so one of my primary responsibilities is the daily oversight of the 21st Century Community Learning Centers grant, of which Children's Village has been a recipient. So on the next screen, you'll see the staff that handle the 21st Century Community Learning Center program across the state. You will hear from two of my staff members today. One is Wendy Buck. She is the program administrator assigned to Children's Village because she serves the northeast and southeast regions of North Carolina. And we also have Monica Pask, who is the fiscal monitor assigned to Children's Village. What we're going to be presenting to you today is some information on where they stand with us in regards to compliance with their most recent summer mini grant that they received from us this past summer. And just to give you a little bit of background about this particular grant so that you have a good frame of reference from when you are listening to the presentations from my colleagues, applicants that currently hold a 21st Century grant, so if you have a cohort 14, 15, or 16, they were eligible to apply for this competitive summer mini grant if they met the following criteria. So the applicant had to propose new programming by serving additional feeder schools and targeted students not currently being served by the applicant's existing 21st Century program. And so that means that any currently funded 21st Century organizations applying for this new funding cannot apply for duplicate funding for the same project in the same school sites. And so I wanted you to have that information as a preface before you hear the presentations from the fiscal monitor and the program administrator. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Wendy, and she's going to talk to you about the compliance concerns on the program side.
Good morning. As Susan said, I am Wendy. I actually reside in the Beaufort County area, and I do serve the CVA as a 21st Century program. So one of the things that we require when a program comes to us is called a basic program information sheet, and that's what you see here. This one is for the FY23 Summer Mini Grant, and it was approved by the state board. You'll see the date on this document is February 2nd of 2023, and the program dates here are 7/17 to 8/18. I'm just going to try to establish kind of some baseline information for you. This next slide shows you just the letter that went out to all grantees saying you're going to get a monitoring at some point during your programming, and gave a range of dates. And this is the particular one that went out to CVA. This particular sheet is a revised basic program information sheet that is dated 5/23, and you'll see new dates for programming here, 6/26 to 7/28. What happens here is they have a cohort 15 as well, and that's why these timelines are a bit important. The summer programming dates for cohort 15 were set for 7/2 to 8/4. And that's what their basic program information sheet said in CCIP when we were looking at monitoring for the summer. Because one of the things we do look for is if there are two programs in place, are they serving separate students with the two pots of money? The summer programming dates, as I said before, had changed. And I actually require programs, if they change anything of significance, whether it's inside their program or if it's things like dates, we require them to do an amendment, and that amendment has to be approved before they can move forward with those changes. And it is approved both by myself and our division, our Office of Federal Programs staff. And that's what I just told you about this. when I was going through and actually looking at when I was gonna monitor all my programs, because I had several to monitor over the summer, we had originally planned for August the 3rd to be the date that we went to CVA to actually do a monitoring. When I looked at the dates that had been changed, I had to change our monitoring from our original August the 3rd, which the program did not know that date until I was sending out the later document, because we just gave them a range. And then I had to move it to 7/27 so that it would meet their change dates that had not been approved. So we went on the day of 7/23, and there wasn't sufficient documentation to show compliance in all the areas. And so we set up a Google Drive to give them an opportunity to put in additional documentation so that they could show compliance for this program. And we established that deadline of 7/31. The next slide is just a screenshot of some of the folders that were in that Google Drive for them to complete information for. The next slide shows some excerpts from the CPMR. That's our report that we do for compliance for all of our programs. And you can see there that there were several strands and indicators that did have findings, which are things that must be corrected to be in compliance with the grant. And you can see there 1.2, 1.3 are the top ones. And then there's 2.3, 3.1, and 3.3. Those were the original findings that we had for the program. And I'll explain a little bit further. The next slide you see is actually where you see the documentation reviewed and the interview information. What we do is we go and we review documentation while we're on site. We also interview a number of people, including the program director, staff. We try to do some parents for our programs to see how they are feeling about how things are going. And you can see the results. We do take notes. Two of us go and visit, and that way one can be, talking with our person that we're interviewing, and the other can be taking notes for them. So you'll see some of the notes there that were in the official report. Same thing with the next screenshot. That's for 1.3. It talks about the program serving the projected number of students here for 1.3. 1.2 and 1.3 are basically looking at the students that are served and things such as that. The next slide, when we actually send out information, we send out an email, and this is a copy of an excerpt from one of the emails. You can see different, if you scroll up, you can see different colors of text there. I'm sorry, scroll down. Sorry. But here, this is an email from October 25th to Dr. Grady concerning getting some additional documentation. In order to keep myself from getting confused, I actually put text from different emails or different dates into different colors, because once you start going back and forth with a program, it's easy to get confused, so I try to color code things for myself. And in all of this documentation so far, we were unable to actually close some of the findings with the information that we had. One of those, if they may have some sign-in sheets as well to show some of those things, but those were not available from the program for this particular time. And so there were those compliance issues with some students being served and counted present on the same days. The other compliance issue that we were not able to clear was actually related to background checks for the program, and that's what 3.1 actually deals with. You'll see one of the items that we request and that we require are criminal background checks. And so you can see the notes there in the actual report. And on the next screen, and I apologize, I'm at the age I can see some things with my glasses and some things without. I refuse to get bifocals yet, so please just bear with me. So you can see in this next slide that as our program compliance is laid out, where we have our guidance. We put out guidance for every grant. It's very similar, but one of the things you can see highlighted in there is that criminal record checks must be completed and cleared for all new or existing employees, volunteers, or contractors prior to their interaction with children or handling of 21st century funds. And they have to be redone every so often. They expire at the end of the grant cycle. Their background check for our purposes expire. And that's generally every 3 years, because we have 3-year grants in our regular cohort. Summer mini grant is only just obviously for the summer. So going to the next slide, we received numerous background checks from CVA. They sent us probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 or so that I've gone through and looked at various times through various emails and the Google Drive, and then what they provided while we were on site. And the conclusion that I could come to were, you can see here there are 5 people that are listed, and you can see most of the background checks were done after the programming was completed for the summer mini grant, which is clearly out of compliance. We had a couple that did have background checks. One was from August of 2021, which would be okay. And we had one from 11/27/2018, which would still be out of compliance. That would be too far back. So those are the things we were dealing with. So the conclusion of what I could come to close or could not resolve for this compliance is findings for 1.2, 1.3, which dealt with the student attendance, and 3.1, which dealt with the background checks. I looked through all the documentation. We issued the original report on 8/14 because we gave them some additional time to get some items into us in that Google Drive. And then I sent out emails requesting and receiving additional documentation on 9/6, 9/28, and 10/25. And so that's where we sit currently for the program, as we're still out of compliance for those 3 indicators. So that's all that I have.
Can I ask a few questions, if I may?
Yes, sir.
And other board members as well. When you went and visited this school, you said you had to change the site visit date because they changed the program dates.
Yes, sir.
And changing those program dates, they did not have the authority to do that or approval to do that. What was the explanation provided to you as to why they changed the program dates without getting the approval?
I never received any explanation. I did let them know, actually, when I discovered it on the 18th of July, I did email Dr. Grady and told her, because the dates had been changed, that I would have to change the date of the monitoring, and it had been done without approval. Any explanation that I've received for anything is just that it was an oversight for various things. I don't remember specifically a reason for changing the program dates.
Okay. When you do the site visits, who do you typically meet with, and do you interact with board members at all in any of the compliance monitoring that you're doing?
Sometimes, it depends, because what we do is we send out an agenda to the program. We always meet with the program director. That's our point person. And then we ask them to set up interviews with various stakeholders. And sometimes they do actually provide people on their board to meet with. In this particular case, unless those board members were also a staff member, then I would not have met with the board.
You indicated that there were a few people who, the grant itself requires criminal background checks, and you found out that there were a few people, was it 2 or 3?
Yes, sir, there were let me go back and see if I can look specifically. There was basically 4 of the 5 that we interviewed that were out of compliance, and there was one that was that I could see that was
So
in
there were 4
compliance.
people who hadn't had their background check completed prior to engaging in the program that should have had the background check
Yeah,
completed.
in a timely manner,
And then
yes,
you
sir.
subsequently learned that then they did get the background check, but it was after the program was over.
Yes, sir.
Is there any follow-up to know whether or not, what the results of those background checks would have been?
I did receive those, and I didn't see anything that were of great concern with those particular employees. So I did, I was just going by what was in the grant guidance for that particular thing.
Who are the people that, like, were these teachers, were these staff members?
They're
were these
staff
volunteers?
members. They're staff members. Mainly, they do interact with children, I believe. And they're various people. I don't remember exactly who was what, but most of them were staff members that interacted with students.
Because that just, to me, begs the question, if they were staff members, how didn't they not have background checks already? Like, that's that condition of
That should be in board
employment.
policy.
Not for you to answer, I'm just
Understand.
thinking out loud. Okay.
Understand.
So just, for stating it out loud, all these requirements that you reviewed were told to them up front.
Oh, yes, sir.
And so they, throughout the duration of the program, knew that these were going to be things that could be monitored and were explained right up front.
Yes, sir, we always do. We do actually RFP when people are applying for grants. We lay out the requirements then, and then we also do onboarding, and we go over literally step by step what the monitoring process will look like and what we are expecting to see.
Excellent. To your knowledge, were there any changes in the people that you trained up front? Was there any change in personnel from the initiation of the grant to the close of the grant that would?
In leadership, not to my knowledge. We typically don't train the entire staff unless that grantee would like for them to be on the training. We do them basically as webinars. So as many people as they would like could be in on the training, but no, Dr. Grady has been the program director for,
From the beginning of it to the end of it, everybody knew up front what was required.
as far as I know, yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So if they were serving students, part of this, one of the findings is that you had students perhaps being paid for out of 2 different grants.
Yes, sir.
Has there been a request, or where's that stand, and do they owe the money back for the grant, or is that coming?
You will hear from Monica on the fiscal part of it. I deal mainly with the programmatic. I only do a little bit with the fiscal, so.
Thank you.
She'll provide you further details with that.
Any other questions right now for board members?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Monica Pask, and I am a fiscal monitor in the Office of Federal Programs. I was assigned to fiscally monitor Children's Village Academy's summer mini grant, and I just want to start off with a fiscal timeline. One thing that's not on this slide, they did receive notification of a fiscal monitoring back in May that it would be completed sometime throughout the summer. The actual review commenced the week of September 18th. The initial review was just for July expenditures only. And after what the review entails, we're just looking at their documentation, invoices, payments, and looking at their budgets, making sure that everything's necessary, reasonable, and allowable. So after I reviewed that initially, I sent 2 follow-up letters, one on October 16th, another one on November 14th, because there was additional information, additional documentation that was required to clarify some of the expenditures. And findings with question costs letter did go out on December 1st, so just about 2 weeks ago with question costs of over $287,000. They do have an additional opportunity to either submit for repayment or additional documentation that can clear up any of these items. That due date is December 14th. So after my 3 reviews, after receiving additional documentation, the findings that were communicated to Children's Village Academy, there were 7 findings, which, like I said, including question costs of $287,000. Those question costs were surrounding time and effort documentation, supplanting cohort 15, and Children's Village Academy charter school operations with summer mini grant funds, unapproved contracts, and conflict of interest concerns, and then unallowable costs and expenditures not adequately documented. And then a final finding was a failure to establish and maintain effective internal control over the federal award. I'm just going to go through the findings and more specifically. So the insufficient and inconsistent time and effort documentation, I think one of the key things here is that this was a review of the summer mini grant. However, they also have a cohort 15 grant that they were to run a summer program for. And then, of course, they also have their Children's Village Academy charter school. So they have numerous pots of fundings, and I need to make sure that, you know, the expenditures were for the summer mini grant, which time and effort documentation was a key issue in that regard. Excessive salaries was another issue with time and effort. Custodial services charged a summer mini grant was over $29,000. We had one custodian receiving over $17,000 in gross wages for the period of July to September. And then we had a combo custodian driver receiving over $15,000 in gross wages for July, just 2 months, July and August. So that was, they submitted timesheets that just had some in and out, they were like Excel timesheets that had some in and out times on them, but no duties. I couldn't necessarily allocate those specifically to summer mini grant. So additional documentation was requested for them to prove that these duties were for summer mini grant. The documentation that was provided was, I mean, I do question the veracity of them. It does seem that just because of the time in and out times, and they were odd minutes, they were, it seemed like they were copied and pasted across several different employees. So it was requested to explain some of that information. So that was finding number 1. Finding number 2, contracted services and conflict of interest concerns. Part of the 21st Century program, we do require that contracted services, they do upload a contract for review and approval in CCIP. So they had 7 unapproved contracts. There were 3 related party transactions with red flag indicators. These were invoices that were submitted by individuals, not vendors or suppliers of items of the things that were listed on these invoices. They invoiced for the same supplies and materials using the same item numbers. So there are 3 invoices, some of the items that were on there. And again, this is for the summer mini grant that's to serve 100 students. And just in these 3 invoices, we bought 400 t-shirts, 300 backpacks, and those supplies were on different invoices. And again, these were individuals, and they were related party transactions, meaning that they were somehow connected to the other staff at the school. So we
Were
also,
they 3 different individuals?
yes, 3 different individuals that have a connection to other staff at the school. And there were other potential conflict of interest concerns that were needing additional explanation or disclosure from those unapproved contracts.
Can you explain that a little further? Like, what was the conflict?
They just seem to have a connection with the person that's responsible for purchasing, may have had connections with choosing that, paying those people. So there was just some uncertainty over the purchases that required additional documentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Finding number 3 was supplanting cohort 15 and charter, Children's Village Academy charter operations with summer mini grant funds. I mentioned that previously. The programming dates for summer mini grant were June 26th through July 28th. And we have a chart there of items that were purchased using summer mini grant funds. However, these purchases are for curricular resources and items that were purchased after the summer mini grant was over. So these are not applicable to the summer mini grant funding. However, they were charged to the summer mini grant. And that's approximately $75,000 there. Our fourth finding, unallowable costs and expenditures not adequately documented. There were just some expenditures that were not allowable for the summer mini grant. Construction projects are not allowable. There were some late fees for Canon copiers that were charged to the grant. Family Dollar, some personal hygiene items that would not be attributed, be able to be charged to the summer mini grant. And then there was inadequate, questionable documentation for Staples. They did have since submitted some documentation for Staples, but it was purchased after the summer mini grant. It was purchased in the documentation that they submitted was for August. So these are these would be considered unallowable. And then our last 2 slides for the findings is really speaks to the failure to establish and maintain effective internal control over the federal award. The first slide really speaks to the organization, the overall organization. For these things, these previous findings to take place, there's limited oversight by the CVA Board of Directors. The fiscal officer has authority to both approve and pay invoices. They use a signature stamp to process check payments. There's no evidence on their documentation that of a requisition purchasing for an approval process. So again, these are things that were evident through review of the documentation and just are indicators that there's failure to establish a strong internal and control environment. The second slide for findings 5 through 7, that really speaks more to some of the requirements for the 21st century program that we have in our grant guidance, as well as, Wendy mentioned that we do webinars, and so we do training on what are the requirements for 21st century, and they had several inadequate procedures to comply with those.
Can we pause there a second?
Sure.
I'd like to go back, thank you for all of this. I'd like to go back to the first finding, finding number 1.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned there's a custodian who received over $17,000 in wages from July to September, and custodian driver $15,000 gross wages. Is that 2 different people, or is that 1 person?
That is 2 different people.
Okay. Do you have the names names of those people? Were they staff members? Were they contractors?
They're staff members on staff. They receive a W-2 so they're employed by the academy. And some of it could have been attributable, some of their wages could have, they had like, I think, 9,000 budgeted for summer custodial services, which should have been plenty to cover a, 1-month program. However, I don't know, that's part of the problem is we don't know what they were doing during the times that were reported. Summer does sometimes have a complete cleaning of the campus, but it can't be attributable to
To the grant.
summer mini grant.
But you have the names of the people who were paid.
Yes.
Okay.
We require timesheets, time and effort to be submitted, especially in this situation where we know there's different pots of funding. We need to make sure that what is being charged to the grant is attributable to the summer mini grant. And, obviously for amounts like this, we would request additional explanation, and it wouldn't be considered allowable.
So findings 3 and 4 really, finding 3 is just coding things to the grant that you can't code to the grant, right? Or is out of date, excuse me. And then finding 4 is just coding things to the grant that even if these expenses are legitimate, you can't apply the expense to the grant. Do you know, do they have a dedicated business financial officer on staff?
Yeah, I was wondering if they have a third-party vendor or for
They
finances?
they do have a fiscal officer. She is a part-time employee. But that is definitely something that was uncovered during the review that,
And do you know if they work with any outside financial support groups?
they have a third-party charter school that processes the checks. The fiscal officer is sending packets to her, they're cutting the checks, and then,
That's common practice.
Yeah.
But is the fiscal officer is someone different than the head of the school, principal?
correct. Mhm.
But part-time?
Yes.
I don't know why that's, if they have a third-party vendor, I guess just thinking out loud, who, wouldn't they know the codes to use and know that this money shouldn't be spent that?
I think it's the fiscal officer that is making the determination of where things are coded. I'm not 100% certain of the interaction between the fiscal officer and the CPA that handles their check processing.
Yeah, I think it'd be a balance. I think, I'll just use my school as an example. If my fiscal officer miscoded something, my back end financial would
Right.
presumably would catch it, right?
Hello, Shirley McFadden. I just wanted to jump in just to give some context here. I definitely agree with everything she said. We will present our financial stuff this afternoon, so we've seen all of the same things, part-time. I'm not even sure you call her a part-time finance officer. I'm not sure how many hours she's even present on campus at all. They do use a third-party accounting firm, which is on the coast. So they're sending an invoice inventory packet, identifying the source of funds that they want to use to the actual accountant. The accountant records the accounting transaction, cuts the check, mails the checks back to the school, where the finance officer then reviews each one of those checks and stamps it with the board member signature to send out. So there are definitely concerns around it, and the biggest thing I wanted to make sure was stated was we do not encourage an over-reliance on those third parties, that somebody internally should understand the allowability and the uses. While, to your point, Mr. Friend, there may be some mutual back and forth there in discussion and some reliability, that ultimately, we always tell the school districts, you are ultimately responsible for the choices you're making here. Even if your accountant person has suggested that you put it in a different pot, that they need to understand the rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Before we move on to the next part of your presentation, I'm just curious, when presented all of this information that you've just presented to us, what was the reaction from the school?
So the first two times that we submitted a letter to them requesting additional documentation, a lot, we haven't been able to resolve it, so limited additional documentation has been received. Nobody has gone on record stating or explaining any of these as of yet. Of course, they do have until December 14th to provide any.
Eager to jump to the microphone.
You got some folks who are ready to
I'm
jump
sorry, just because we've, crossed paths this entire time. I've been on the phone along with our legal counsel and their attorneys, and their attorney, the only comment that I know I've heard, since she hasn't heard any, was a question back to me asking, are you really questioning that amount of money? So I do think that there is a response to the amount of, that's just the board member, or excuse me, the attorney representing the board asking us, was that the amount, to which I responded, that's the question cost presented by our federal program team, and any question and discussions needs to be brought back to that organization. But wanted to share that at least they were aware, and their attorney did at least make comment when we met about what we were doing on our side of the house.
Hi, I'm Jessica Jones, Executive Principal at CVA, and I'm here today to hear this report as well as to provide any feedback that I can in absence of my board members. To answer the question of what is the reaction, a lot of these things that have come out through this thorough investigation by both Ms. McFadden and 21st Century is a first here run. A lot of these things that have been uncovered was not the board nor myself were aware of some of these transactions or types of things, procedures that were going on to pass approval for them. So as we get through this investigation and look into the findings, we are preparing a response. I've spoken with Ms. Monica last week myself, and working with the program director, board members, and finance director to get a response for some of these costs that they're asking for back for the program.
Thank you for that. Thank you for
Appreciate that.
sharing that and for being here today as well. We'll allow them to continue the presentation. There might be time this afternoon. We do have some questions for you, yeah.
I think this is where we're at.
Sorry, didn't mean to get you off track there.
Slide 29, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. This is just historical perspective of Children's Village Academies with 21st Century specifically. So they have been a sub-grantee since fiscal year 17. And just looking at some of the historical data of question costs and findings that they've had over the years. So in conclusion.
Could you go back to that?
So 24 is overspent.
Well, am I right in that there were findings in 2020, 21, and 22 as well, those fiscal years?
Correct. There were findings and question costs, and I kind of have a key of like what some of the issues, some of them are repeated issues. I know, for example, they continue to charge late fees to the grant for their Canon copiers. That has been a consistent issue. They've been given findings for it, yet it still happened this summer. I was not the this was the first time I've monitored Children's Village Academy, so I don't have a lot of specific history for these previous monitorings. But just going through the letters that were sent out and the reconciliations, this is some of the information that I was able to pull out.
So let me ask this is a historical perspective. If you looked across grantees, is this unusual?
I would say yes. It's not, sub-grantees, they do have question costs, but to this magnitude, typically, no. But I do want to speak to the fiscal year 24. That is, like, they do have a cohort 15 grant that would also be in fiscal year 24. They have not yet been approved, so technically they should not be spending money from cohort 15 yet. And yes, they currently have overspent and are spending, but because it is
For
a
money they haven't
reimbursement
received.
grant.
So they're overspent for money they haven't received yet?
Yeah, say that one more time.
So they have to do a continuation application each of the subsequent 2 years of the grant. In that process, we are currently in that process, and they have not been approved for cohort 15 for this year. Some of the concerns are over contracts, and there hasn't really been a lot of back and forth with the academy at this time, I think, because of the focus we're focusing on this. But it is a reimbursement grant. They could continue operating. Sub-grantees do continue operating before they're approved, but they are not to submit for reimbursement or drawdown until they have that approval from our office.
So if approved, if I'm reading this chart correctly, in fiscal year 2024, this $299,000, that's what they would potentially be approved for?
Actually, that $299,000, that was their summer mini grant award. That was just their award for summer mini grant. Because they have not been approved for cohort 15, there has been no allotment in fiscal year 24 for cohort 15. Their cohort 15 award would be an additional $400,000 to run their cohort 15 year-round and summer program.
These excessive custodial staff, have you determined whether anybody on a custodial staff is related to either a board member or an employee of the school or a supervisor of the school? Have you guys looked into that, or you don't have any idea if that's the case?
I have looked at it. I haven't found a connection. I haven't found a connection between leadership at the academy. I don't know the reason for it.
Thank you for being more direct than I was. That's why I was asking for the name. I'm curious as to if there is a connection.
Can I clarify something?
Sure, sounds
earlier? You mentioned that
You might want to ask that question later.
the custodian is a W-2 employee, so he or she is employed from the school year-round.
Year-round.
And they're allocating X amount of costs of the salary to be used during the mini grant, which might be sort of appropriate because there are more
Right.
students in the building in July than there normally would have been. But the amount was what triggered a flag.
Right. Yes.
Excuse me, I have a question. Is that okay? Is this appropriate time?
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Rita.
This is Rita Hare. You may have already said this, but just wondering if all of the misallocated or unapproved expenses all occurred from the same checking account. There's just one account. The one that you mentioned was stamp signatured.
Yes. I do believe that they're all from the same checking account.
And to your knowledge, there are no other checking accounts for the school?
I don't know about other checking accounts. I only know about the checking account that, because they do have to provide, again, since it is a reimbursement grant, they do have to provide evidence that it has been paid. So I do have seen bank statements, and it's only for the one account. but I don't know what any other accounts that they may have.
Do their
Okay,
internal-
thank you. Mhm.
Do their internal controls, did you notice, require 2 signatures on a check?
Their policies and procedures do state that there will be 2 signatures,
And one of 'em is a
especially
s-
if they're,
But what I'm hearing you say, so I'm seeing the answer is yes, but it's, one of the signatures is a
Stamp
stamp.
from the board
So
member.
I could be the fiscal officer, sign it, but then stamp the board member's signature.
and at this, all the checks that I reviewed, it was only 1 signature and it was a stamp.
Is it always the same signature?
Yes.
Same person's signature and then, okay.
Mhm.
You can keep going, I didn't read any of this.
Sure. So this final slide just summarizes the current status. Again, all findings and question costs were communicated via letter sent December 1st. All responses or repayment are due this Thursday, December 14th. And we have requested that LEA must not request additional funds for 21st Century until all question costs are resolved.
Are those funds able to be frozen? So, I mean, no more expenditures? I mean, is there a way to freeze that?
Shirley,
Or has it been?
I'm gonna ask Shirley to come up and explain how they're able to access these funds right now, because I was watching your expressions and it does sound confusing that there's $400,000 sitting there that they're already starting to draw from.
Right.
And how can they do that if they don't have an approved application? Can you explain that system? We haven't shut them off within, we have not approved it.
So these are just expenditures then that are being coded to the 21st Century Grant, not necessarily against the allotment or
Right.
drawn down on the allotment. So anything that they have over and above the amount at this point in time likely needs to be, it's probably been paid out of some other local fund first, and then they'll anticipate probably moving it into and drawing down the funds for the 21st Century Program if they get those funding sources this year.
reimbursement request for it.
Have you,
Have we received, yes.
Yeah, when I look at the report for PRC 110,
yeah,
Come back up.
Sorry.
Sorry, come on.
if I pull up report for PRC 110 for 21st Century, it's over the $299,000. So they have already coded to 21st Century for,
They've spent all the $299 that was allotted for summer mini. And now they've already submitted in excess of that.
That was why I asked a question about a third-party vendor, because like, just using my own experience, like with access funding, right? I have to ask my third-party vendor to request the money to be drawn down to be able to reimburse us for our expenditures. So that's why I'm just curious as to how the money got released to them.
so the money will not have been released to them, but you can record in that account without having the
Gotcha.
revenue and allotment match.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for us, the one thing that I just wanted to share, to kind of bring this all to a close, is that right now we are waiting on a final response for the fiscal findings. The due date is December the 14th, and so this is the third request or opportunity that we have given the program to resolve these findings. As of today, we have been unable to resolve 3 of the programmatic findings that Wendy Buck presented to you. And currently, we are in discussions within our office in leadership to move towards possible termination of the 21st Century Grant funds. And I did want to share with you that per our grant guidance, these are reasons why we are able to terminate a program. And if you look on that slide, you can see that several of these reasons are applicable in this situation. So their excessive question cost, the safe and effective learning environment goes to the background checks. They do also have low daily attendance, and this is looking at their cohort 15 program. One of our requirements is that you have to be at 70% for your average daily attendance. They are currently at 53% for this past year, and they did not receive their third installment of 21st Century funds this past year because they failed to meet the 75% enrollment goal. And so that's where, you know, our major concern was, are you truly operating two different programs, or did you receive funding for summer since you didn't receive your third installment? I think that may have been where some of the funds may have been used for regular school day versus the actual 21st Century Community Learning Center's summer program.
So, I'm sorry, what was the enrollment in this summer program?
It was supposed to be 100.
And the evidence that there actually were students?
Wendy, how many students could you verify that were there for summer?
I would have to go back.
They can't hear you back there. The day of your visit, how many were in attendance?
I need to go back.
You need to
and
look at the
report.
document. We document all of that. So we do have how many were in attendance on her monitoring report that specific day that she was there. But they did have issues verifying who those students were because there were no attendance sheets and things of that nature that a typical program should have on site that day. It shouldn't be anything that you should have to request at a later date. Again, I will say we do an extensive onboarding for these grants. And this is not a new grantee. They have had this grant for several years. And each year we go over the grant guidance. Again, even if you're a returning grantee, everybody gets the same training. We go through it every single year. We go through the monitoring protocols. We give them the instrument up front. We let them know these are the things that we're going to be looking for.
That's a great point. So, and this is the first year you've seen these types of issues, or has this been an ongoing issue?
I mean, throughout the course of my time at DPI, they have had findings identified.
Were they fixed?
They
Or
were,
addressed?
or they paid the money back.
Okay.
I have a clarifying question. I think in one of your documents, you noted 46 people were in attendance and then 86, but then you mentioned that there were names being put on both sheets, one for the mini grant and one for the cohort 15. And that was upon submission, upon request of attendance records.
Right.
So the cohort 15, how many students does that serve?
It was supposed to serve 125 according to the state board approved
Application.
initial
So
application.
225 students between the two were being served.
That's what's supposed to be served, yes.
Which would make 200 t-shirts make sense, but not with
But not for
46.
summer mini grant. You can't purchase cohort 15 t-shirts
understand.
for,
Right.
with summer mini grant funds.
And summer mini grant had how many children?
Supposed to be 100. These are supposed to be 100 different students.
But somewhere it said 46 were in attendance, right?
That's all that was in, that was
That
all that
day
was
that you
there
got
that
there.
day was 46. There was not 100.
Thank you for your presentation.
Very much so.
Ms. Jones, would you be willing to answer some questions, or would you prefer not to, or, I know you said you're putting your.
I will answer what I can.
Okay. Maybe I'll start with the question Mr. Machado asked directly, the amount of money paid for the janitor's bus driver. First of all, are those people related to anyone who works at the school?
No.
And do you have any
Reason
explanation as to why it would be that amount of money?
I do not.
To your knowledge, how many students were actually served?
In all over the summer, at least 200
Between the two?
between the two.
And what are your internal controls for writing checks and approving expenditures? Who does that at your
The
school?
program director and the finance officer handle those things. As
Do
far
you
as
principal review
our
that?
finance officer, well, for the 21st century programs, things of that nature, I do not receive those invoices or reimbursements for proofing. Our finance officer serves as like chief financial officer. In my regards, I come into play if there are questions for or suggestions, or I have recommendations for things to be purchased or used from the budget or whatnot. But as far as these particular invoices, and salary, approved salary or whatnot, I did not approve that. And that was between the program director and fiscal, officer, financial officer.
Why would there have been, some of the staff working the summer program sounds like didn't have background checks completed until after the program is over? How were they ever employed at your school in the first place without a background?
They had background checks. So the staff that I saw in this presentation were teachers or worked in some capacity at the school. But one is like the assistant principal or supervisor of our Dixon Street campus. So they had background checks prior to being hired at the school. So when it came to a discussion, I remember when they sent the submission about the concern about the background checks, it was under our finance programs, all of our perspectives, that they had already received a clear background check prior to working at the school and thought that that was in compliance with the procedures with 21st Century, which evidently they weren't, because they was a 3-year requirement that they were supposed to be redone every 3 years.
Do you know if the finance officer or the program director that you're speaking of are related to anyone on the board?
No, sir, I don't. I don't know of her being related to anybody on the board.
Is person's full or part-time?
Part-time. She was full-time some years ago. The last 5 years or so, she's been part-time.
I'm just gonna say it, maybe I'm wrong. You don't know if you have a staff member who might be related to a board member?
No, I have staff member. The finance officer, no, she's not related to a board member. As far as I know, she is not related to a board member.
The program director isn't?
The program director, no, no relation.
Who is this, in this email, the Carmelita Grotti?
Mhm.
Is she the program director?
She's the program director.
Any other questions? I know this is just the first part. We're gonna hear from Ms. McFadden, I think, after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for, stepping forward and answering questions. How are we, is lunch here? Should we take a break?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we break now for lunch and then we'll come back? And so we'll adjust the time. Instead of breaking at 12:45 and 1:30, let's move it up by, 30 minutes. So why don't we say, we'll come back at 1 o'clock? Does that work? So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock to hear from Ms. McFadden. Thank you. All right, we're live again, so welcome back. And we're going to move on to the next part of our agenda. We have Ms. Shirley McFadden for monitoring and compliance. Good afternoon, Shirley.
Good afternoon. You said just a moment, Ashley. Thank you. While Ashley's pulling the slides, I'll just go ahead and give a quick start here. And I want to start with a question that you all were asking before break. There was an inquiry as to a relationship, and I wanted to clarify the 21st Century Program Director doesn't have a familial relationship that we understand with anyone in the school. However, both a board member and that program director are operating from the Maryland, D.C. area. So just to establish a relationship there. So School Business Services was presented with 2 sets of allegations, and so our presentation today will reference both of those reports that were issued just yesterday in their final format. We did speak to the school last week, offered them a draft copy to be able to discuss that before presenting the final one. The 2 allegations, we'll start there. The first set of allegations came from the Office of State Auditor. So I'll go through those findings first. The report has more information than what we'll address here today. At this point, we've decided to present you with those findings that have an operational impact. They are related to processes, policies, procedures, internal control weaknesses, and taxpayer dollars with regards to costs being unallowable. I can speak to any of the allegations in the report if you'd like, but I'd like to start with those that are going to have the most impact on the operations of the school. That came to us in March of this year. That's when we received the allegation from Office of State Auditor. Prior to that, the Office of Charter Schools received an allegation or complaint as well. Just a phone call with some information about some concerns directly to the Office of Charter Schools. They were different, and we have left them in 2 separate reports, although they involve the same organization and some of the same parties. So what we present you today was 2 different reports. We'll start with the Office of State Auditor report. The allegation, the primary allegation that we're going to talk about here today is that a CBA board member misused 21st Century program funds for personal use. It was implied in the allegation that this was done by redirecting funds into properties owned in the 21st Century funds. So our key findings, I'm going to start here and then we'll go through each of these, is that there was a conflict of interest that existed between the board member who was reimbursed for furnishings to be used in a 21st Century Community Learning Center program in a property that she owns and rents back to the school district. So we'll get into the details of each one. So the first one is a conflict of interest that exists in reimbursement made to a board member. The second key finding that we have here is that those items that were purchased were unallowable items for the 21st Century program. Third, what we found was that Children's Village did not go through the proper prior approval, nor did they include these furnishings and equipment items in their inventory as required. So that'll be where we start. All of the other allegations can be found in the OSA report on the website. Because the allegations were kind of broad, we go in with a broad stroke when we do our review. The very first one, what we find is that the board member purchased and was reimbursed for furnishings. She requested a reimbursement for furnishings for a facility that she owns that is used 2 months out of each year. So during the summer mini grant program referenced earlier, Children's Village Academy has signed a contract to use this facility. It's a house during the summer mini grant program, just for those 2 months. Again, the board member owns that, and back, I forgot the year. She did purchase furnishings for, that's the one thing I didn't write down the year, I need to go to the report. But she did purchase furnishings which included dining room tables, 8 dining room chairs, decorative items including a wall mirror, pillows, things that are more associated with a home than furnishings that might be found in a school district or furnishings associated with the 21st Century Learning Program. So our issue here is that clearly we have a person who owns the property also buying the furnishings for the property that was intended to be used for the 21st Century Program, creating this apparent and maybe actual conflict of interest. The conflict of interest, you could say, was financial in nature, in that the furnishings aren't really furnishings you're going to pull in and out of this home to be used in the rest of the school district. So you've got dining room tables and chairs and all of these decorative items in a home for 12 months out of the year, and the school district rents it for 2 months out of the year. Or you could look at it as a non-financial conflict of interest here, in that the person would have likely been persuaded by their personal property, or could have been persuaded in the fact that they were purchasing furnishings related to their personal property. So that is the issue that we have there. Our recommendation, the board actually has a policy in place that would prevent any board member from partaking in procurement transactions related to a transaction that has a financial interest. If this was even perceived to not have a financial interest, we're still saying the board should go a step further and actually adopt a policy that says if you have property that you have a conflict of interest in, you shouldn't, the board member or staff member manager should not have any engagement in any of those procurement transactions, whether they're financial or non-financial. This could include things like upgrading the facility, maintenance to the facility. There could be all types of improvements, other furnishings that are purchased for such facilities that the person who owns the property should likely refrain from being involved in. Yep. That is our recommendation for that particular finding.
Can we ask a question?
Yes.
Do we know that, you mentioned it was a facility, a house, some sort, personally owned by a board member, to be used for 2 weeks during the summer, for 2 months?
2 months out of the summer.
Do we know that it actually was used for that intent and purpose?
We were able to, so Monica Pasco, who was here earlier, did confirm for me that when they did their site visit, there were children in the building. They were doing art.
And is it a building, or is it?
And I'm saying building because there's really not a right word. It's a house. It's probably an 800 square foot home. It's a home that's right across the street from the school facility itself.
Does anyone live there during the year?
I have been advised by the board that the facility is available to the school district throughout the year, but they're not charging them because they can't pay for it. So to my understanding, it is not a rental property or property that's lived in throughout the year, but I don't have any other information other than what the board has shared with me, the person who owned.
Who's the owner of the house? The school?
No, the vice chair of the board is the owner of the house.
Dr. Peggy Carr.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. The second finding, in relation to those same furnishings, there was $5,000 approximately purchased in those furnishings. $4,438 was actually reimbursed to that board member for purchases she made herself. I want to give you examples beyond just the description broader. There were wingback chairs that were being purchased. Those chairs were not found in that home. They were somewhere else on the property in the administrative building. There was a metal frame leather chair that was purchased that was found in the school library. There's a 55-inch TV. That one wasn't directly purchased and reimbursed to the board member, but while we were doing our review, we found this other TV, which was located again in another facility, not for the summer program, but something else, another building that's used by the CCLC program. A 40 by 112-inch dining table, which indicated on the receipt computer desk. When asked about that, we were advised that it was used to allow the children to sit around the desk with their laptops and do things like their math work. Mirror, clock tower, decorative accessories, including colorful cows, book boxes, and flowers, end tables, pillows, and wall art. We did see a majority of these items in that home.
Are those purchases allowable with these grant funds?
No.
I mean, so none of this stuff,
So there's a couple reasons it wouldn't be allowable. So, uniform guidance for federal funds says that something has to be reasonable and necessary. And in discussions with program staff, it would not be reasonable or necessary to purchase these types of furnishings for the 21st century program, therefore being an unallowable expense, and all of it needs to be reimbursed back to U.S. Department of Ed.
how are the reimbursements made to the vice chair? And how were they?
So we saw the receipts that were requested, and then there's a form that the school district uses to request however much money the receipts make up, and the principal signs those receipts. The finance officer would include it in the check request for the invoice inventory log that she also signs. It would have gone to the accountant, and the accountant would have sent back a check that then the finance officer would have also signed with the stamp of the vice chair's name for approval. Our recommendation here is clearly that the funds be paid back. We are requesting an inventory of all the furnishings that are owned by Children's Village that are located in those properties, including the source of original funds used to purchase those items. We also suggest in the report that they take that a step further, as there are other properties that are owned by the board member. We do believe that at some point, the school district needs to identify all of its assets and all of its inventories in those various properties.
Excuse me, the vice chairs, there's a stamp that's being used to sign the checks, is that correct?
Yes.
And that stamp is here in North Carolina?
Yes.
But the vice chair is she in North Carolina?
No, she does not sign any of the checks. She does not review the checks.
But they're required to have two signatures.
Yes.
So the vice chair is not in North Carolina, it's in another state, and presumably a stamp is being used for her signature.
That's correct.
Okay.
Who reviews the checks? The finance officer gets the checks that she requested, and she is the only person at that point in time that's reviewing any of those checks before they go out the door and before she puts the stamp on it with the vice chair's signature.
So that is defeating the purpose of two signatures, to have one person doing both?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, they did state at one point in time, they did have two signatures on those, and they were two live signatures. I'm not sure how far back you have to go to see the two signatures. It has been a couple years, is per what they've stated.
According to the website, the vice chair and the treasurer is the same. It's a combined position.
Well, clearly, we are also asking them to establish a more effective control environment, including, as what we were just talking about, documenting evidence of approval. So that'd be some type of prior approval, maybe a requisition process, purchase orders, signatures, the dual signatures that are required as noted in their policies and procedures. And the program director for the 21st Century Program does not sign anything that we can see to show review and approval of transactions. So the best way to probably do that would be upfront with some type of requisition process. But the program director does not show any signature of review of transactions for charges back to the 21st Century Program.
if you're online, if you could be sure that you're muted, we're getting some background feed from someone online. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
I muted them.
Okay. The third finding, well, this relates to more policies and procedures around those same furnishings, right? The 21st Century Program, you heard our counterparts, the federal program staff, speak to the amount of guidance they provide, the policies and procedures that are well documented for them. It is a requirement for the 21st Century Program to have pre-approval for furnitures and equipment purchases. It is also a requirement to include any of those furnitures and equipment purchases on an inventory listing that's to be submitted to DPI. Neither of those happened. There was no pre-approval at the time, and there was no inventory listing that included these items.
Should those items be marked with asset tags?
There is no requirement to use asset tags, but certainly where multiple funding sources are used, that's absolutely a best practice when it comes to assets and inventory, to easily identify whose asset it actually is, especially in school districts where we're using state, local, and federal, and they all have different disposition rules around them. So.
Can I ask another clarifying question? Shirley, specifically about the approval versus reimbursement process. My knowledge is not 21st century, so forgive my ignorance, but if they were purchased and then submitted for reimbursement, is there, the fact that they were pre-approved, they got reimbursed for it even though it was not even, they weren't even supposed to have furniture to begin with?
Yes, yeah, they would have been reimbursed. It's my understanding, and when 21st Century comes back, they can confirm. But my understanding is they don't look at every transaction that comes in. They are going to look at the packets of transactions as they do their review. So they don't see everything that comes through and then compare it to what was pre-approved. Yeah. Okay. Our recommendation for this one is going to relate to obviously following the 21st Century policies and procedures, implementing the required pre-approval process and inventory requirements, which again, federal programs spoke to improving the written policies and procedures and following those policies and procedures. Yeah. Those are the key findings, again, operationally related to the Office of State Auditor report. If we're okay, I would like to move into the other allegations that we received internally. So, these allegations were similar but different, stating that the board member misused school grant funds for personal gain, again, by redirecting into the property and by diverting 21st Century funds. Alleging that the financial stability of the school was compromised, citing difficulties in payroll in October and November. We were able to confirm at least one incident where payroll was paid late, but no other significant financial insecurities that currently we've been able to identify, although some subsequent information has come up, but I'll share that as we're discussing. The key findings related to this one include understated liabilities resulting in misstated financial statements for possibly up to 15 years, inadequate documentation for a loan from a board member, inadequate documentation to substantiate startup cost treatment, and invalid voting procedures followed related to a conflict of interest, which also relates to that loan, unallowable costs charged to state and federal funds, unallowable costs with red flag indicators. You heard a bit about this earlier. I'd like to revisit those as we found an additional one. Utility bills paid for property outside the contract rental dates, and then clearly an ineffective internal control structure that's in place. Going into the first finding, they have understated the liabilities resulting in a misstated financial statement. We believe this goes back to 2008. So in 2008, the board member, the vice chair, lent Children's Village $188,000. The note originally stated that $208,000 would be paid back, which would include $20,000 in estimated interest at a rate of 9% over 5 years, if financially feasible. The board member's loan was never recognized in its entirety in the financial statements. The 188,000 does not show up. The board member verbally stated to us that the loan would have made the fund balance negative. And in discussions with their auditor, that their auditor advised the board that they could come up with how much the school could pay back and record that amount in their documentation. That is inaccurate by GASB standards, by any accounting standards. This has met the definition of liability. It was always intended to be paid back. The obligation clearly existed. It should have been identified and recorded as a liability on the financial records. It should have also been disclosed in the notes, neither of which was done. Rather, what we see as an annual amount that the board agrees to pay every year, being represented as if it were in and out that year. So the note, or the short-term note payable section shows only the amount that's paid to the board member each year. So in the first couple of years, there is no evidence or documentation of the loan because they did not pay her back. But when you get to 2011 year, you start to see these smaller amounts in the amount of usually about $24,000 a year that they start paying her back. The recommendation clearly is that the financials, at least the most current one, must be restated to include this loan. The more recent FY23 audit doesn't recognize this loan at all. It recognizes a new loan for which no documentation has been provided. It's not clear that the loan that was given this year was documented. It's my understanding it's approximately $70,000, and I'm waiting for additional information on that. That came up.
So when you say it hasn't been documented, is there any evidence that the $70,000 was ever received?
So toward the end of our review, when we received the financials and we were looking at the financials, there's a number recorded at $31,500. And when we're looking at it, it clearly does not tie to anything associated with this $188,000. And we really just happened to look up the general ledger. You can see that there is, at least in the general ledger, 2 entries that amount to approximately $70,000. One entry that appears to pay $40,000 out. And in my discussions with them yesterday, I asked, was there a separate loan? Was this related to the $188,000, or was this something different? I was advised that yes, she gave money this year. When asked if there was documentation to substantiate that, I was asked to put that in writing. So at this time, I don't have documentation to show. But I do have at least a general ledger entry from the accountant showing $70,000 appears to have gone in approximately, and $40,000 appears to have come out in FY23. But I was not advised that there was another loan this year. The board itself really needs to have somebody with a strong financial presence on the board. That is something that we absolutely recommend. The board is responsible, regardless of the fact that they've received this advice, to represent those financial statements fairly and to ensure that this liability should have been included on that financial statement. The next finding relates to an inadequate documentation for that loan. So the loan is from the board member, indicated it's about $188,000 in 2008. I've given you the terms that were originally written on the promissory note. The promissory note is never updated. The promissory note is the only document that exists. The promissory note subsequently is followed annually by a statement of annual promissory notes. So there's the original promissory note, and then annually they identify an annual promissory note that says they will pay back this amount of money this year to X board member, and that is it. There is no discussion or documentation of the total amount due at that point in time. There's no documentation that indicates what the balance paid or originally owed was. There's no reference to the original interest rate of 9%, or if they agreed to pay that. There is no documentation that says how long they are going to pay that board member back. The promissory notes never updated. The annual promissory notes are the only things that get signed every year by the board. There are no amendments to the contract or the promissory note itself. These are usual and customary business practices when a loan is prepared or an expectation of a repayment is identified. Further, the finance officer confirmed verbally that she was unaware of the total amount due on this loan. And she had never seen that promissory note, the original promissory note. When asked where the promissory note came from that was provided to us, which was not provided initially, we asked for that information. We were given explanations. We were never given documentation until subsequently, when the board chose to bring their attorney on board, they went back and found more information. She said she found it in a box of meeting minutes originally, some original box of meeting minutes is where she found this note. So she had never seen the original note. She had no idea how much was actually due. She was unaware of the terms and conditions associated with the note, just that it had been approved each year. She was present in 2016 through 2021 at the board meetings where this loan would have been discussed and approved. The meeting minutes are inadequate for us to identify what was discussed at those meetings. So there is no documentation of what the discussion would have been. There's no evidence to document.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Were there any representations as to what these payments, or what the treasurer, the
Vice Chair.
No.
I'm
The
sorry.
person you were inquiring with about the payments that they're unfamiliar with, the existence of the promissory note. Who was that?
This is the finance officer.
Okay, so the finance officer, did the finance officer make any representations as to what he or she thought those payments were for?
She knew they were related to a loan that was due back to the board member.
But
And
not
every
aware of the
year,
nature.
the board signed that one paragraph that said, we're gonna pay the board member back X dollars this year per a 2008 loan. And that's it, that's what got signed. So she saw that, she knew the payments were going back to the board member, but was unaware of the total amount or how long they would have to pay this back,
Or how much was still due?
or how much was still due.
It didn't amortize in the negative balance of what had been paid and what was left?
No.
So, to your knowledge, was this accounted for in the budget? I mean, was it budgeted to pay for every year? Or did it just all of a sudden it's time for the payment?
It sounds like, and what I was advised was the board had a discussion every year in July about the amount that was due. They decided how much they were going to pay her back, and that's what was budgeted for that year. But what they spoke about at the time isn't documented anywhere, whether they knew how much was ultimately due, whether they knew the total cost of extending the payments for this length of time. None of that's documented in any evidence.
Let me go back to is there evidence that initially $180,000 was transferred to the school from this part?
I have general ledger information that was provided that gives us some reasonable assurance, and we have the original note that was signed by the board chair at that time.
Okay.
So we do have some assurance that at least the funds were provided to the school district, yes.
And this finance officer is a part-time employee?
That's correct. The effect of this, we didn't do the amortization schedule. When I asked for documentation, the school district prepared an amortization schedule or had one prepared and presented that to us. So for information purposes, that's included in this report. And it shows rather than $46,000 in interest paid to the board member, over $150,000 will be paid by the end of by the time this loan is paid off. To date, the board members received $314,000.
I want to make sure I'm clear on what I think I just heard. The loan was for $188,000, and by the time it would be paid off, the interest would be $150,000.
That's correct.
What was the?
or by termination of loan?
By termination of loan, now, so these numbers will be slightly off, but they're for information purposes. So if we assumed equal payments for 15 years, which is about another year and a half out, it'll be $150,000 by the end.
And what, I'm gonna go back. Was the school running a deficit that this loan was needed? Why was the loan needed in the first place? Do we know?
There was, they had findings back then, DPI required that they pull themselves out of like a significant general fund deficit, is my understanding. And the board member went and found funds to be able to get them out of that deficit, that they had significant financial issues at the time.
So they continued to actually have the deficit, but
They didn't record
they
it.
didn't report- they
That's correct.
recorded it as though they had assets and
Profit.
not profit, the surplus.
That's correct. They did not record the liability, which would have misstated the entire financial. Yeah. Our recommendation here is that they clearly need to get an updated loan document going on this. They need to clearly identify what the amount owed was, what the interest rate is going to be, how long this is going to take to be paid out. It needs to be finally approved by the board. And ultimately, DPI, I will be going back to our council and talking with our executive team to see how DPI chooses to proceed with this. And the concerns about, quite frankly, the legality and the validity of something that was voted on by a board with what appears to be inadequate information. So every year they pay this approximate $24,000, but we have no evidence that they knew the long-term effect of their decision and what that would do to the school district.
Is there any evidence that you looked at, like minutes of board meetings that would show that this loan was approved by a majority of the board?
So we did see minutes. The minutes do not include details. They do reference the loans that we're discussing. So it is in summary form, yes. One of our subsequent findings speaks to the quorum, which is not met because it's a conflict of interest. It requires more than your normal quorum, and we'll speak to that in just a moment. The next one relates to another item that's identified as a separate loan in the financial records. This amount of $894 a year states that it's for startup costs and that the fee would be used to reimburse costs associated with 4 small business associated loans obtained by the property manager. The property manager is partially owned by the same board member. This is the extent, what you're seeing on the screen there, of that contract. That is what they sign every year, saying that they're going to pay that amount. On the surface, when you read that, when I read that, I see a loan is going to be paid back. It says that you're going to use this fee to reimburse these 4 small business loans, but there's no indicator of how much or how long or whether there's any interest on that startup cost. It just says that they'll charge the $894, and it appears to be for as long as the school signs this contract.
Is that a startup cost from like the very beginning?
Yes, this is 1998, is my understanding.
So what's the total cost that's been paid back?
898 times 12 times.
I did not calculate.
And there's no record of what that initial loan was?
So we had some discussions around this, and this kind of leads to where this finding goes.
300,000?
When we talked about it originally, the board member stated that her and her mother and her sibling took out these small business loans and believed at the time that it was maybe in the amount of $80-something thousand. And
Each?
I didn't get that impression. No, 80,000 total. And it was maybe 86, but it was in the 80s.
So that's $290,000.
When asked about this, and whether or not there was any documentation related to that loan, I was advised that there was not documentation related to that loan, that those loans had been long paid off. They were from so many years ago, and one of the persons has since passed on, so that documentation related to those loans was not available. Subsequently, I was advised in writing that verbally, I was advised that maybe this was a misunderstanding, and this was not intended to be a loan, although what I see says it's a reimbursement, that the intention was for this to be rent or lease payments back, and that they had seen this done in other organizations, to which I would say, yes, we have. But usually there's either a cap, and you identify how much is due back and how long you're going to pay that, or if this is something different, because a couple of years ago they added the language on there that speaks to subsequent upgrades. If this is subsequent upgrades, that would be clearly identified in the contract, the rental contract, what that means and what that's for. We don't have any evidence of those things. We don't have evidence that here's what we do have. I have an auditor that's identified this as a loan for years. Every year, the $894 times 12 gets identified as a short-term loan. We have an accountant that has identified this as rent and lease expenses over the year, and no clear intent in documented writing in their contract that says whether or not the original owner ever intended to get their entire money back, or whether this is, in fact, is it maintenance and subsequent upgrades? What is this intended to be? And the concern here is for the board. The concern is not just the finances that have been paid out, right? The concern is if that board member decides to come back and say, you still owe me money, there is no documentation clearly enough to stand on here in that contract to protect the board. So, the intent, obviously, of the original vendor is not clear to us in this documentation.
So in terms of this potentially being for rent, that would be for the building itself?
That's my understanding, that this would relate to the property.
School does not own its building?
No, the vice chair owns the building.
This is the 800-square-foot building with the dining room table across the street.
No,
This is the school building.
this is the middle school building and the administrative building, which are not owned by the school. The school does own the elementary school.
The vice chair owns the school building that the middle school students are housed in as well?
Yes. Our recommendation here is that the,
Clarity, you may have
yes.
said this. Does the vice chair own the 800-square-foot building as well?
Yes. At one point in time, it sounds like her mother owned that building. Currently, she owns the building. And it's not clear whether she had a partial ownership with her in the past. Our recommendation here is that the board work with its attorney to clarify the intent of the property owners in seeking repayment of those original loans identified in this contract and determine whether a true legal liability exists. If so, this contract needs to be clearly updated. If this is a fee that needs to be added to the rental agreement, the board will still need to work with its board attorney to ensure the rental agreement is updated to identify what Children's Village is or is not responsible for maintaining, updating, keeping up with the property. What does it include? What does it not include? The current contract does not speak to that, and CVA is investing in its property, in the property. If the fee is a loan, the accountant will have to record the loan properly in the accounting records and restate the financials. The next finding speaks to the question about the quorum and whether a quorum was present. The board did not properly vote on these contracts where a board member had a conflict of interest. North Carolina General Statute for conflicts of interest for a director require a greater participation. It's not just a quorum. The board must have all board members which have no direct interest in the transaction be present when voting on the transaction when there's a conflict of interest with the board member. The board did not have all board members present in any of the votes that we can see going back to 2010. We did seek legal counsel to make sure that interpretation was proper. Our recommendation, I mean, at this point in time, they've got to make sure they follow all those conflict of interest rules. But again, DPI is concerned about the legality and validity of this document, of these payments, and will seek additional guidance on any next steps that should be taken. The fifth finding relates to unallowable costs charged to state and federal funds. There are about $8,800 in unallowable costs related to personal expenditures, holiday gifts to employees, $500 gift cards given to employees, and costs related to the daycare operations that are run on site. Those total costs come up to $8,800. I didn't give specifics here, but I can if you'd like more information on that.
Sure.
So we'll start with personal expenditures. This was similar to what we heard earlier where there was like a Family Dollar purchase where it's things like personal hygiene products, facial wipes, and makeup remover, items that clearly don't relate to the school district being reimbursed. The holiday gifts were bath and body purchases in the amount of $600 from state funds this year. In prior years, those gifts would come out of local funds. In one year, they came out of state. This year, they came out of state funds. The $500 gift cards went to 4 different employees, maintenance staff, and the finance officer. And that is per their giving us a response as to what are these gift cards. They were literally purchased at like a Walmart and they're Visa gift cards. The separate business, there's a daycare center that is run on the same premise as Children's Village Academy. And the bills, there were 2 bills with like a network, like an IT company that comes to fix things for Children's Village. And in the invoice, it clearly states that the daycare center had X issue. The daycare center had the network upgraded. So those daycare center receipts were paid for by Children's Village Academy in 2 instances.
Who owns the daycare center?
It is my understanding that it is the person related to one of the board members.
The vice chair or another board member?
The vice chair. The recommendations for these are to clearly pay back NCDPI for the state funds that have been misused and the federal funds that have been misused. Those personal hygiene products came out of Fund 5, Child Nutrition Funds. There was also a couple, maybe about $180 worth of soda purchased out of Fund 5, which also needs to be reimbursed, included in that $8,800. We're also suggesting that Children's Village seek repayment for what might be a small item, but still unallowable, is that the finance officer paid for a personal tire out of those funds, state funds.
How did they do that?
Credit card, and the receipt said that it was for a bus tire. And when asked why a bus tire would have been paid for, on a Sunday afternoon by the finance officer, I was advised that it wasn't a bus tire, that it was a personal tire.
The other personal expenses that are listed here, were they purchased, near the school? Were they purchased in Maryland?
That's a good question. I don't recall those. I don't recall if those, I'd want to say they were in North Carolina. I don't remember any of those being out of Maryland.
Did you say the finance officer was in Maryland, like the DC area too, or?
No, the program, 21st
Oh,
Century
okay.
Program Director and the Vice Chair. The next one is about utility bills. This utility bill issue relates to that. Well, there are 2 buildings across the street that are rented by Children's Village, and both buildings are owned by, or in part by, the Vice Chair. This is the second building that's across the street. So Children's Village paid for, from the time of June 22 to February 23, for utilities for both floors in that building. And in discussions, we were advised that the second floor was used by an independent contractor who's the operations manager related to the Vice Chair, and that it's also used for a U-Haul business on site. But the bill does not appear to be split that way. In addition, the property is supposed to be used for 2 months out of the year, similar to the other property. So the bills total about $3,200 that are unrelated to the school district that need to be paid back. So we are requiring a payback of the $3,200. We are suggesting that they seek reimbursement from the Vice Chair or the property manager that manages that lease. And for the upstairs portion of the 2 months that appear unrelated to Children's Village and the 21st Century Program. And we're also suggesting that Children's Village go back and review the bills prior to that time period to make sure that they have paid the utility bill for the period that applies to the rental contract. The next finding, this one is similar to, and actually overlaps with the 21st Century finding that was presented previously. But because of what we found, we are reiterating here our concern. So there were 4 invoices that show us unallowable costs, but take it a step further. These are absolutely red flag indicators for us of fraud, waste, or abuse. One of the payments was a reimbursement to an independent contractor, which is the 21st Program Director, for goods that were unrelated to the services she provides. So similar to what you saw earlier, this is for backpacks, fully loaded backpacks. But the invoice that she was reimbursed for, it doesn't show any payment was made. It shows an invoice from a retailer in DC, unpaid, and that was what was reimbursed. It's about $4,000. The next payment was a reimbursement to another independent contractor. This is the operations manager related to the Vice Chair. He is the operations manager, remitted an invoice for about $9,400 for items that do not relate to an operations manager. They appear to be things like basketballs, items that were purportedly used in the 21st Century Program. But again, just receiving an invoice from the independent contractor for items that wholly unrelate to the operations responsibilities is of concern. We did ask for, and actually Monica has been asking for, anything that substantiates the purchase of those items, because in other situations, we can see where that independent contractor has been reimbursed based on receipts, not an invoice, for similar type purchases, just something that's unrelated to the job. The other ones, there are 2 more invoices included in here. They are the same 2 invoices that were mentioned with the 21st Century Program. What I'll add is that there appears to be a relationship with the 21st Century Program Director and those individuals. You can see just on a Google search that the address matches. the person who would have approved those purchases. In that time,
I'm sorry, so the two parties that are in Maryland share a residence?
no. This is, so the 21st Century Program Director is in Maryland. One of the other vendors that invoices the 21st Century Program has an address on that invoice that used to relate to the 21st Century Program Director. So there's a last name that matches, and then there's an address match. So there appears to be some relationship, and that's the conflict of interest that
And these are two separate
they are.
persons?
That's correct. They are separate. We end up with a total of 500 backpacks being purchased in this time period and reimbursed between November 22 and June 23, and 400 of those T-shirts that you all heard earlier.
Do you have any sense of what happened with the backpacks?
I asked the principal, did she get backpacks, and she did advise that she received backpacks. She would have estimated enough for the students. No, I don't know that the backpacks were, I don't know if backpacks were received or not, and they don't have controls in place for us to see any evidence of receipt of those goods. We're requiring payback for the entire amount, which is about $5,000. We are suggesting and requiring that they put controls in place to prevent an independent contractor from submitting an invoice for goods that are unrelated to the services that they provide. And we are suggesting that the school put in a control at the schools, since items are being purchased from other places like Maryland, Chicago, these other locations, that if they're going to be shipped or sent to the school, that somebody at the school needs to indicate receipt of those goods prior to payment of those goods. The last finding really is about the ineffective internal control structure. We've kind of touched on this earlier. There's an informal pre-approval process, is our understanding, where there's possibly some discussions that may be happening with the program directors, including the principal, in some of those discussions. No documentation of this discussion happens ahead of time. The finance officer reviews and approves the expenses using the invoice inventory log, so her signature is on the invoice inventory log. That does include all of the receipts that have been reviewed for reimbursement. However, the finance officer uses that stamp with the vice board chair's signature to approve each of the transaction, and there is no one else reviewing those transactions, where CVA's own policy requires 2 signatures. That's not happening. Based on the current procedures, any reimbursements that would be made to a board chair or board member are going to be reviewed and approved by the principal and the finance officer, and we find that to not be the most appropriate or adequate review of reimbursements to board members. But we're suggesting implementation of requisitions, some type of pre-approval process, require a program director's involvement in the approval of transactions ahead of time, whether that's 21st Century Program, principal, if they have somebody that's responsible for federal programs, somebody responsible for maintenance, what supervisor or manager person has given the authority to purchase those goods, and have it documented, make sure it's reasonable and necessary for the program. Discontinue immediately, allowing the finance officer to approve checks with 1 stamp where the board member is not present. And the board should establish procedures for prior approval of board member purchases, and that some subset of the board have some level of review and authority over other board member reimbursements, and to require training for key personnel and understanding how federal, state, and local funds are to be properly spent. At this point, we've asked CVA to prepare a corrective action plan. We've given them until January 5th to do so. Repay the question costs. We can negotiate something with them if they need a payment arrangement. And then later in the month of January, at this point, we've said January 19th, that they need to provide us evidence of the changes and the corrective actions that they've taken and implemented in their control policies and procedures. So question costs in one report amount to about $17,000. In the other report, it's about $5,000. Can I answer any other questions?
So, just for knowledge for me, does any of this, obviously you guys have done a tremendous job, by the way, in finding this stuff. Does this warrant a forensic audit of?
My opinion is that further investigation needs to be done, and that we only looked at FY23 and those items that came to our attention. So the furnishings came from a prior year, but that was because we were specifically advised to look for furnishings. So yes, a further review absolutely should be conducted.
Who initiates that further review?
There are different options, and those are the things that I think that DPI management I wanted to go to our management and our legal counsel to discover and talk about what those options are. That might include state auditor, SBI, Office of Inspector General. I mean, there are multiple funding sources here. Even local funds are a primary portion of this is local funds being used for these payments. So even the local organizations may need to be notified of the impact.
The only reason I asked that question is just for my general knowledge and understanding of this thing, but I understand that there could be a way for payments to be paid back, but when we go back to 1997 and we're talking about 600 or whatever the amount was a month that was being paid for rent, 800 or what, it ended up being like $290,000. That's not even accounted for in what needs to be paid back, right? And so,
No, we haven't identified those things. There are, our next steps as DPI would be to consult with legal counsel to see what it is that DPI would like to do with these types of findings, because clearly we've identified concerns, but maybe not the monetary concerns of a potentially invalid transaction or illegal transaction, if that's what it turns out to be. Those things would not just require maybe more research, but possibly other avenues, judicial.
do you have a timeline that you're thinking as far as how those actions might roll out?
No, this is hot off the press. This is, we have finished this, and we spoke to them about it in a couple of different settings recently. I have not had the opportunity to go sit with legal to figure out what is it that we would like to do next.
That's fair. Yeah,
But
thank you.
Absolutely.
I noticed that there's a K-5 principal with the same last name as the vice chair of the board. Is there a relationship there?
She, per Ms. Jones, they are sisters.
And I'm just trying to connect dots. The K-5 academic principal's name is Carr-Battle.
That's correct.
Relationship to any relationship to the bus driver with the last name Battle?
There is a driver, her husband.
Her husband is a driver.
Can we confirm that the checks that were written to the bus driver for the summer program, was the driver Mr. Battle?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you know, Ms. Jones? He did drive for them during the summer, per Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Have they submitted their audit for this year?
They did submit their audit for this year. Their auditor agreed with our interpretation that the loan of $188,000 should have been recognized as a long-term liability, and stated their willingness to restate that loan. The school does not agree with, although honestly we haven't come to a conclusion on the other, the $894 a month. Our premise is that the intent is not clear, and the intent needs to drive the accounting. The accountant doesn't make the decision, the auditor doesn't make the decision. It's the intent of the vendor to collect their money that should decide whether or not that should have been recognized as a loan or a current expense or even a lease.
Do we know if they've been using the same auditor?
They did use the same auditor 2008 until this year. This year is the first year they used a different auditor. That auditor is no longer offering services. They're not in business anymore.
So next steps, as far as our board is concerned, this is a school that's up for renewal. They presented last month. Ashley, Jenna, am I correct in remembering that the recommendation was 3 years?
Correct, based on
So
the
we-
academics.
So we'll be voting on that presumably in February at the latest. In the meantime, this sounds like there's back and forth between your office and also the federal office with the school in terms of how they're gonna try to reconcile all of this and maybe some further inquiry.
And the federal program staff are waiting for a response, that they're on their third effort to obtain additional information. Our report is complete, and we've spoken to them and gave them an opportunity to provide additional information before we presented this to you.
Just out of curiosity, are there members of the board either in the audience or online today?
I believe some of them are online, as is their attorney.
And the reason I asked about the timeline for how this is rolling out is because I think this is a huge part of the decision that needs to be made as far as renewal goes. And there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. So I'm very curious as to see how things move forward with any further investigation that either happens through your office or any outside agency that might be a part of that.
Yeah, in discussions with Allison and Tim, our legal counsel, they are ready to have that conversation, so I can assume that those discussions will happen soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to the federal office as well. Thank you.
Okay, we are slated to meet again January 9th and 10th?
8th and 9th,
8th and 9th?
yes.
Just again, thank the office for all the work you do to help us be prepared for these meetings. It's very much appreciated, and a lot of time and effort and due diligence is put into putting this agenda together, and whether it's all the applicants or second interviews or renewals, you guys do a terrific job, so thank you for all of that. Just wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and thank you for your time. So I get a motion to adjourn?
Before we adjourn, I'd like to say something. I'd like to thank Bruce and John for the amount of time you've had to spend as leaders of this new review board. It's much appreciated on part of all your colleagues at this table. You have two great schools that you have to run, and I know this has pulled you away from that. We want to personally thank you for that hard work. And I want to thank Ashley and her OCS team for the fantastic job you guys continue to do. And
They're all awesome.
just thank you so much. And Alex made a point yesterday about our authorization process and all that. Don't want to get into a discussion about it now, but we have been using the exact same authorization and renewal process for the last 25 years and the same funding model. And I think that it is time that somebody takes a deep look into modernizing how we're doing things. But that's for another story. But again, I wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
Thank you for those kind words, and it's an honor to be on this board and to work with all of you. And I had a chance to present to the state board, as did Joan last week, and one of my opening salvo to the state board was about how incredibly experienced and talented this board is of the individual members. The wealth of knowledge here about in all aspects of charter schools and finance and real estate is just it's beyond reproach and should never be questioned in terms of our
will be happy to make the motion, sir, that we adjourn.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody.
Yes, sir.
Happy holidays.